6 p.m. This meeting of the Board of Trustees, the City Commission, of course, sitting as the trustees. And I will first be looking for a motion to adopt the agenda.
So moved.
We have a move from Commissioner Gail Johnson and second from Commissioner Hayes Santos. Do I have any discussion on that? Seeing none, do we have any public comment for this motion to adopt the agenda?
We do not.
Okay, very well. We will move to a vote. All in favor, we'll do a roll call vote. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
I should say Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Areola?
Aye.
Member Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Member Johnson?
Aye.
Member Simmons is absent and Member Poe is absent.
Okay, very well. We will move to the next item on our agenda. Madam Clerk, if you would read that into the record.
Absolutely. This is item 200310. Application for disability retirement of Clayton O'Neill with the recommendation that the Board of Trustees of the City of Gainesville's Employees Pension Plan approve the disability retirement of Clayton O'Neill retroactive to June 1st, 2020.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any discussion from or presentation from our manager's office?
Absolutely, Chair, Commissioners. This item deals with the disability application of one of our community builders. It's been reviewed by the Disability Review Committee back in August and is recommended for your approval.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioners, do I have a motion to the effect?
So moved.
Move from Commissioner Ward, second from Commissioner Hayes Santos. We will allow the public to discuss if there's any members of the public waiting to speak in.
There are no members of the public waiting to speak.
Very well, thank you. Madam Clerk, call the roll for the vote.
Member Simmons is absent. Member Ward?
Aye.
Member Sacco?
Aye.
Member Areola?
Aye.
Member Johnson?
Aye.
Member Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And Member.
Okay, that vote passes unanimously with members Simmons and Poe absent. Madam Clerk, is there anything else on this particular agenda for the board? Hello?
Yes, there is item number 200321, appointments to the Pension Review Committee. We do have at least one.
Not really hearing Kristen.
Yeah, I heard you at the start, but then the audio cut out.
Sorry, I'm having brownouts at my house. Storm, am I coming through now?
A little bit fuzzy, but keep going. We'll push through.
Okay, sorry about this. It is appointments to the Pension Review Committee, and we have at least one candidate on the line to speak to his application.
Okay, very well. Well, as is our normal procedure, we always allow candidates for any committee to speak before we put motions on the floor. So that is in good order. And if they would like to speak, have the board's time right now. You got your 3 minutes.
Okay, so if I could ask Matthew Barker, Harvey Lewis, and Angelo Witten, if you are on the meeting, to raise your hand. If you are phone called in, please dial *9. I see one phone call, so to raise your hand, you'll do a *9. That I will promote you to panel.
I do see in our attendees lobby, I do see Harvey Lewis and Jason Petto, and then a phone number ending in 6044.
Yeah.
Those are our candidates.
Mr. Petho is for a board later on during the city commission, but I will promote Mr. Lewis.
Okay, very well.
Hey, Mr. Lewis, you should be able to start your video and make comments to the board.
Mr. Lewis, can you hear us? If you can hear us, you're on mute and your video is off. You are able to speak to the board. Okay. Is there another candidate that we can bring into to speak to us while Mr. Lewis, while we give time for Mr. Lewis?
I do not see anyone. I'm not sure about the phone number with ending in 6044. If you're a caller with 6044 as the last four digits and you are a candidate for the, would you please dial *9 to raise your hand?
I also see that we have Gail Dykeman, who also joined in as an attendee. I see the hand raised, so I assume that they heard your message, Kristen. So if we could promote them to a panelist for their period to speak to the board, that would be great.
Yes, I have asked them to unmute. As a phone call, they don't get promoted to a panelist, but they are able to talk at this time.
Okay.
Caller, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, this is Harvey Lewis. Do you have me now?
Ah, yes. Wonderful. Hello, Mr. Lewis.
Finally, I figured this out. As I said, my name is Harvey Lewis. I'm seeking a second term on the Pension Review Committee. My qualifications are I'm a certified public pension trustee. I have served on several public pension funds in both elected and appointed positions, including acting administrator, chairman, vice chairman, and trustee. I have participated in national and local and state pension conferences on the subject of pension administration, drop plans, and asset allocation. And I was recently elected the 5th member of the Consolidated Police and Fire Board. My continuation as a member on the Pension Review Committee would be an asset to both the members and the sponsor. And any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Very well. We will, of course, thank you for speaking to us. We're going to allow other candidates to speak, and then if the board has any questions for you, we will let you know. Kristen, do we have other candidates which to?
Commissioner Hayes Santos had his hand raised. I'm not sure if he had it.
Commissioner Hayes
Not for a question, it's for a motion, Chair.
Yes, thank you very much. We will go ahead and allow the candidates to speak, and then I will recognize you first.
So, Chair, we actually do not have any other candidates. Ms. Miles, you had your hand raised. The UAV appointments are going to be later in the commission meeting, so I'm going to lower your hand for now.
Thank you.
And I do not see any other candidates for the board.
Okay, excellent. I will turn back to the commission. Thank you to Mr. Lewis for being available to speak, and to all the candidates who applied. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move that we appoint Matthew Barker and Harvey Lewis to the Pension Review Committee.
Have a motion from Commissioner Santos, second by Commissioner Sacco. Then we shall move to public comment. Kyle, do we have any members of the public wishing to speak?
We do not have any members of the public wishing to speak.
Okay, excellent. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Okay, Member Simmons is absent.
Cut out there.
Member Ward,
Aye.
Member Sacco?
Aye.
Member Ariola?
Aye.
Member Johnson?
Aye.
Member Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And Member Poe is absent.
Very well. That motion passes 5-0 with our two absent members, Simmons and Poe. Okay, thank you very much, commissioners. I do not see any more business on this agenda item. So we will go ahead and stand in adjournment for 4 minutes until our next regular city commission meeting will begin. And the mayor should be joining us for that. In the event that he's not, I will go ahead and just get us started. Thank you very much. We are adjourned. The board is adjourned. Got a pile here that I got to. This is our regular city commission meeting, September 17th, 2020. I call this meeting to order. Madam Clerk, first order of business, please.
Our first item is the adoption of the consent agenda, and we have some updates. We could drop that on the screen really quickly. Marie? Okay, for the consent agenda updates, we have file 200312, appointments to City Commission Advisory Board and committees. There was some changed text files and revised backup because of applicants that have withdrew their applications. File 200335, we have approval of a construction agreement for roofing materials and services for the re-roofing of City Hall, and that was an added item.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Let me pull my participants list up. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we adopt the consent agenda with the 2 modifications.
Okay, is there a second? I can only see a few of you, so seconded by Ariola, moved by Hayes Santos. Okay, can we pull the screen down, Madam Clerk? Thank you. Do we have, oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Johnson, I didn't see your hand up. Go ahead.
I wanted to pull the downtown master plan from consent.
Okay, Commissioner Hayes Santos, you okay with that? Yes, Commissioner Ariola?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. So the motion is to adopt the consent agenda with 3 modifications. 1, pull the downtown master plan item. The other 2 were shown on the screen. So who do we have? We have Larry with us today?
You have Kyle with you today.
Kyle, how are you? Good to have you with us. We'll turn it over to you for any members of the public that wish to speak on adoption of the consent agenda or any items on the consent agenda.
No callers commenting on the consent agenda or topics on the consent agenda.
Okay, thank you very much, Kyle. We will turn back to the clerk for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons is absent. Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
All right, that motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Simmons absent, and we will not have Commissioner Simmons with us today at the meeting. She let us know that. All right, Madam Clerk, next order of business, please.
Okay, our next order is the adoption of the regular agenda. And we do have modifications on that as well. Marie, if you wouldn't mind putting that back up on the screen for us one more time. We have file 200318, appointments to several boards with revised backup as well because of withdrawn applicants. File 200343, Commissioner Hayes Santos, Alachua County request for proposal for indoor event venue. This is an added item. File number 191128, amending the land development code to provide single room occupancy, additional backup. File 200247, ordinance repealing the housing and commercial building codes and adopting the International Property Maintenance Code, additional backup. File 200249, ordinance repealing the landlord permit program and creating the residential rental unit permit and inspection program, additional backup. And if we can scroll down just to make sure I got them all, Marie, one more time. File 200319, appoint a city commissioner to the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, additional backup.
Okay, thank you. And just for any members of the public watching, that seems like a lot of changes. Those last 4 items were simply Commissioner Simmons sending a few memos to the commission because she knew she wouldn't be able to be here, voicing her support for the amending the land development code for single room occupancies, for supporting adopting the International Property Maintenance Code and the residential rental unit permit and inspection program, and then letting the commission know that she was interested in being appointed to the housing advisory, affordable housing advisory committee. So no changes of substance there, just Commissioner Simmons letting us know her sort of views on those very important issues. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we adopt the regular agenda with the modifications, and that we also add the downtown master plan to the end of the afternoon.
Okay, let's try to do that this afternoon if it fits in at the end of the afternoon agenda. Is there a second? Second by Johnson. Okay. So Kyle, we'll turn it back to you. Any members of the public that wish to speak to adoption of the regular agenda with a few minor modifications?
No comments on the agenda.
Okay, very good. Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Simmons is absent. Commissioner Ward,
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco, Commissioner Ariola,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos,
Aye.
and Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. All right, Madam Clerk, our first discussion item, business item for this afternoon.
Okay, our first item is business discussion item 1, appointments to the Citizens Advisory Committee for Community Development, Gainesville-Alachua County Regional Airport Authority, Gainesville Human Rights Board, Historic Preservation Board, and the Utility Advisory Board.
Okay, I guess let's take them in order of how they are on the agenda. So first up will be appointment for the Airport Advisory Board. We have one term ending in July of 2023. There are 3 applicants for this position. Are there any of the applicants that have phoned in that wish to address the commission?
So applicants Diane Clapper, Gilbert Levy, and Kanan Thomas, if you would raise your hands, we can promote you to panelists and you can have the floor to speak to your application. Okay, we have Gil Levy. I'm going to promote to panelist. Mr. Levy, you have the floor. You should be able to start your video and sound. You're unmuted, I see. You should be able to talk.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
We can, Mr. Levy, welcome.
Oh, thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you today on my application. I'll be brief. I have been a resident of Alachua County for close to 40 years. And for that period of time, the airport has been almost 100% my exclusive way in and out of Gainesville. I don't like driving out of town when I can fly out of Gainesville, and have enjoyed the improvements that have been made to the airport and the increased flights. I've worked for the government for 15 years, which required me to fly out of Gainesville 3 times a week. In private enterprise, probably twice a month. As a individual for recreation, probably 2 or 3 times a year. And I try to fly in and out of Gainesville because it's the best way to connect and be comfortable. But I also recognize as a businessman, as a member of the chamber, next year's chamber chair, the importance of a viable and thriving airport to our community, not just business, but to the quality of life. And I would like to have the opportunity to participate in the decision-making process for the airport's future, as well as bringing my background, having been to many airports in the country and having used our airport exclusively for almost 40 years, to the board. So if it would please the commission, I would welcome an opportunity to participate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Levy. Thank you for your interest and willingness to serve, and I appreciate you sharing a little bit about yourself with the commission. Do we have any other applicants that wish to address the commission?
Yes, Kanan Thomas is also in the meeting with us, and I will promote him to panelist. Mr. Thomas, you are able to unmute, and you have the floor, and you also could start your video if you want. Oh, you're still muted. There you go.
Hi, I'm Kenan Thomas. I think I know most of you. Been on the board for a few years now and have a lot of institutional knowledge about the airport and how things have run, how things should run, and I would like to continue my service for another term. And I appreciate your vote and support.
All right, thank you, Mr. Thomas. Appreciate you calling in, and you look like you're in command central there. Your radio bunker.
That's me.
Thank you, and thank you for your previous service. We definitely
thank you
all the time you put in. All right, Kyle, do we have anybody else? Is Ms. Clapper with us?
Ms. Clapper, I do not see with us, but I'll give a moment for her to raise her hand in case I'm just missing her.
Sure.
Ms. Clapper, if you're on the line, would you raise your hand? If you're called in, I don't see any other callers, but just in case, *9, dial *9 to raise your hand. Okay, I don't see anyone raising their hand at this time.
Okay.
So those would be all of our candidates.
All right, thank you very much. We'll turn back to the commission for deliberation and a potential motion. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we appoint Kenan Thomas to be reappointed for a full term.
Okay, that's moved by Commissioner Ward, seconded by Commissioner Santos. Is there any discussion? Not seeing any. I will turn it over to members of the public if they wish to comment on the motion.
No members of the public have dialed in on this issue.
Okay, very good. We'll turn back to the commission for a vote.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
I need a pen or pencil.
Okay, somebody needs to mute their line, by the way. Commissioner Simmons is absent. Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimous. All right, thank you. Congratulations, Mr. Thomas. Thank you very much, Mr. Levy, for your interest. We hope that you stay involved and active and consider reapplying the next opening that comes along for the Airport Authority. So up next, let's take up, oh, I did it out of order. Sorry, let's take up Citizens Advisory Committee for Community Development, CACCD. And for this, we have 3 terms, 2 partial terms ending in November of 2022 and 1 partial term ending in November of 2020. So basically a month, which I almost wish we could appoint that person for a longer term, but maybe they don't want to serve a longer term. I don't know. So we have 5 applicants for that. Ms. Cawthon.
Actually, Mayor.
Yes.
We did have one update. Jason Hurst withdrew his name this morning, so we only have 4 applicants.
Okay, very good. So we have Ms. Cawthon, Mr. Duncan, Ms. Jones, and Mr. Patho as our applicants. And so do we have any of those applicants on the line that would like to introduce ourselves and tell us why they are the right person for the appointment?
I believe we do. I saw a couple of them come in. So if you would please raise your hand if you are an applicant for the Citizens Advisory Committee for Community Development. So that's Margaret Cawthon, Ken Duncan, Regina Jones, or Jason Petho. Please raise your hands and I will allow you to come on in. All right, I see Mr. Petho. So I'm promoting him to panelist. Mr. Petho, you should be able to unmute and start your video and speak to the board. Speak to the commission.
Hi, can you hear me?
You can, welcome.
Yeah.
Perfect, thank you. So yes, I'm Jason Petho or Petho, whichever is easier to pronounce.
Sorry.
How do you pronounce it?
Petho.
Petho, okay, very good. That's how we'll pronounce it.
Perfect. So I've lived in Gainesville for about 3.5 years, and I just fell in love with the community and and the infrastructure of the city. And I am very engaged and desirous to contribute to the city and all of its needs of growing development, and always open to ideas to help provide input and inspiration. I understand that I might be considered new, but I'm also very desirous to help out in any way possible for the city and for the community at large, because I feel like we need a lot of great people, and I always love to help out and contribute to the greater cause.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Pito, and really appreciate your willingness to serve. And we also thank you for taking a little time today to introduce yourself to us and share who you are. I appreciate that. Do we have anybody else, any of the other applicants for CACCD with us today?
I do not see anyone else in the attendee list.
Okay, very good. I give this speech every year, but I'm going to give it again. This committee is very near and dear to my heart because it was really my entry into local government. I served on this committee for many years, eventually got demoted to chair towards the end of my tenure, and it's phenomenal. They have incredibly hard decisions. I'm just going to talk them up a little bit because I think it's something that a lot of folks don't know about, and it's really one of those almost unfortunate stories that we have, not just in our community, but communities across the country. So the Community Development Committee is responsible for distributing community development block grant money and home funds, basically money that comes from HUD for housing and for social services. And every year I served on the committee, and every year since, the dollar amount that they've had to distribute has gone down. Every single year it's less than the year before. And it really just shows the disinvestment that's happened at the federal level to HUD, and that has a very real impact here locally. And you know, when we used to give awards to maybe 20, 25 different incredible local agencies, it's now gotten reduced to usually 5 or 6. And it's just a shame. And so the work of the CACCD is harder than it's ever been because the need has gone up for those funds. The amount of money has gone down, and they are the ones that are left to sort through it all, do the interviews, do the site visits, do their due diligence to make good recommendations to the city commission for that limited funding source. So it's a tough job. It's a ton of work and reading. But it's a great committee, and I'm really excited for the new members who will be joining. So with that, I will recognize Commissioner Hayes Santos, I'm assuming for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we appoint Margaret Cathune, Regina Jones, and Jason Pito to the CACD, and have Jones as a partial term.
Okay, seconded by Ward. So the 2 longer terms are for Cawthon and Pito, and the shorter term will be for Jones. Any members of the public wish to speak to that motion?
We have no callers on this motion.
Thank you, Kyle. Back to the clerk for a vote.
Commissioner Simmons is absent. Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
No.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimous. I'm sorry, that motion passes 5-1 with Sacco in dissent. All right, our next board. Oh, and thank you all. Congratulations to the 3 of you, and thank you for being a part of that excellent committee. And we assume that one of you will be reapplying in about a month when that other term comes reopened. Okay, up next, Human Rights Board. We have 1 term, partial term ending in February of 2022. We have 2 applicants, Ms. Rich and Ms. Tundeen. Do we have either of those applicants with us today?
I do not believe so, but if either of them are on the meeting, if you would please raise your hands. I did a search for both names, and I did not see either of them come up.
Okay, so,
I don't see any hands.
Okay, so Ms. Rich, Ms. Tundeen, I'm just going to give it another 5 seconds here in case you're By doing what I do, fumbling with the phone, trying to get the right button to push. Okay, with that, I'm assuming neither of them are here. So I will go back to the commission and recognize Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move Shana Rich to this partial term on the Human Rights Board.
Okay, seconded by Hey Santos, moved by Ward to nominate Shana Rich for a partial term ending in February of 2022. Madam Clerk, we'll move to a roll call vote.
Would you like to open the floor?
I'm sorry, Kyle, were there any people? Okay, no, thanks. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Hay Santos,
Aye.
Commissioner Ward,
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco,
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons is absent, Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola,
Aye.
and Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Okay, up next, I believe we have the Historic Preservation Board. We have 5 full terms ending in June of 2023, and we have 5 applicants. Femento Lewis, Nicholas Lamuro, Kyra Lucas, James Reeves, and Bill Warner. And with that, I will ask if any of those applicants are with us to introduce themselves.
Unfortunately, I don't see any of them in the attendee list, but let's give them a moment. If any of the applicants to the Historic Preservation Board are in the meeting, would you please raise your hand or dial *9 to raise your hand on the phone, and you'll be recognized by the commission. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody.
Okay, back to the commission, Commissioner Ward. Is that old hand? Old hand? Okay, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. So I am going to ask that we do something that we've never done before with these appointments. I'm going to ask that we table this particular board and delay a vote for another at least month and a half, and I'll tell you why. Just with a show of hands on the screen, how many of you all had a chance to read the letter that our former historic preservation planner sent to the Historic Preservation Board? Anyone? Most everybody did? Okay. So I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I'm going to read just a few paragraphs that I think would be in support or supportive of us delaying this vote. He says that the board is a powerful voice for preservation. First, he asked that the Historic Preservation Board hold a special meeting to discuss the goals and direction moving forward, and that the board is a powerful voice for preservation and needs to be active and demanding that the city do better at supporting preservation efforts. He says he's saddened to see the irreversible damage that's been done to the character and the history in the city in the last 5 years and continues to occur daily. I have found that the years of the city's neglect of a formal preservation program have taken its toll on the attitudes and culture associated with historic preservation. Whereas some cities show a strong preservation ethic and promote the cultural, economic benefits of preserving historic resources, the general attitude that he's found surrounding preservation is that it is an impediment to development. So my interest in doing this is a couple reasons. One, I checked with our clerk, and if we chose to delay this, then the current people that are on the board would just continue to serve. There are a couple of concerns I have. One is about the diversity on this board, and I'm not talking about just racial diversity, diversity in all types, making sure that it's truly representative of all neighborhoods, making sure that the types of expertise that we need are on the board. And I think that with all the conversations that we've been having lately around specifically our historic neighborhoods, displacement, preservation of affordable housing, all of these issues that are really very much in flux right now. I think that it behooves us to understand where the board is at, understand that there are clear expectations around where we are moving as a community. And because we don't have those clear expectations right now, because we're having these conversations, we're going to be voting on something very important. I think that we should just pause on this one board so that we understand where we are as a commission, then be able to give direction to the board moving forward, and then maybe even have another meeting with them. I believe that we had a meeting about a year and a half ago, a joint meeting. So that is my interest in delaying this for until just we get our act together. Like we are all, if not on the same page, we at least understand where we're headed as a community with historic preservation. So I'm going to move that we do two things. One is open up the process again to get more applicants, and also delay this vote for another, I'd say 6 weeks.
So Commissioner Johnson, so one of our options, thank you for that, by the way. One of our options always, and I voted this way periodically, is to you can vote to re-advertise for additional.
That's what I meant to say.
Yeah, so I think, and that way you don't need to put a time frame on it. That gives the staff and commission a chance to talk about, if we want to schedule a special meeting specifically on this or a joint meeting. We can just, let the clerk know we're going to re-advertise this without necessarily saying when those applications need to be in by, until we know what it is we need to know, so people know. From what I'm hearing from you, and I agree with it, that we need to be clear with anybody applying what the expectations for them and for the board are. And so I wouldn't want to put an end date on closing applications until we've done that, and people can decide whether it's a board they either want to serve on or feel qualified to serve on. So I think if we just if the motion is to re-advertise, then we can work in the interim to do those other steps that I think get us to where you're trying to
well, then that's the motion. Thank you, Mayor Pope.
Okay, thank you. I made that very complicated for a simple.
Move to re-advertise.
Okay, thanks. Is there a second to that? Seconded by Ariola. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sacco.
So I had wanted to re-advertise for some of the positions, but I was comfortable with some of the choices that were available to us. I don't know if that would have to be a second motion after this one if we aren't comfortable re-advertising for all 5 positions. Because I agree, I'm not 100% comfortable with the options that we are presented. And I do think a conversation of what direction we'll go in will be valuable, but I also don't want to delay the entire thing and make the board basically not function. I would be comfortable appointing some of the folks that have applied, and in that conversation that we have as a joint session, explain to them like these are the goals that we're going towards. I understand that can work in the reverse where we say what we want to do and then we appoint people who have that direction. But I think it could also work in this fashion. That was just my input. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Sacco. Commissioner Hayes Santos, you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I as well agree with Commissioner Sacco. I think there are some positions I'd be okay with moving forward on. I do have a question for staff on terms of quorum, and because this is a 5 different, and I guess that's also one thing that we talked about before, but staggering terms. This is, I think, a 9-member board, and 5 of them are turning over at once. So I think it's one of the things too that we need to look at when that comes back is staggering the terms, so we don't have massive changeovers at one time. But yeah, is there any quorum issues if no one is reappointed, or?
I think what Commissioner Johnston indicated, and if I'm wrong about this, let me know. But if we do not appoint new people or replacements for the existing terms. The people currently serving will just continue to serve until we.
I just don't know if they've left already. Might have already left or not. I don't know.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. They will continue to be in those seats. However, it does not guarantee their participation past the date they want to serve. So I think it would be a good faith effort for us to make sure that the current members still are willing to serve until those reappointments or new appointments are made.
Right. Okay. Mr. Persons, did you want to add anything to that?
No, disagreeing. Yep.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Johnson, back to you.
So I'll just reiterate what Ms. Gainey said, is that if we move forward with my motion, then the people that are in the seat, which have already reapplied, will continue in the seat. This will just give us a moment to pause and align expectations as we as a commission figure out how we are moving forward with historic preservation. So that is, it is my hope that we will just move forward with the people that we have now, and they will continue to serve as we figure out what we are doing as a commission and as a community. Everybody is lovely and they're qualified, but I think it's time to pause and make sure that all the expectations align.
Yeah, understood. Thank you. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had concerns about quorum and all that sort of thing. I mean, folks have been serving, I don't know if they consider themselves self-serving or not, but the terms ended on June 1st of this year, is what it looks like to me in the packet. So folks have been serving for 3.5 months in positions that are open. So if we kicked forward, I mean, I'll vote to re-advertise, but we should be very careful about that sort of thing. We could put this board into a position where it can't meet. And if we're going to ask them to meet with us, I'm not sure they can. So I'll vote for the motion, but I think it leaves some procedural questions out there. Thank you.
Yeah.
And also, Mr. Mayor, when we're done appointing folks in this phase of the agenda, I have a general motion I'd like to make about advisory boards.
All right. I'm fine with the motion. What it sounds like I need to do is work with the clerk to schedule a joint meeting in the second half of October after our break, but as soon as we can, to get to the place where I think Commissioner Johnson is hoping we go. And as soon as we do that, and there's some, I don't want to say new direction, but there's some clarity to our expectations for the board, then at that point, the clerk can re-advertise. And my hope would be then we could potentially get the ballot on our, well, we won't have, yeah, we could get it on the second meeting in November. Madam Clerk, we have a second meeting in November, right? That's the Thanksgiving will be our general policy committee, right? Not city commission.
Yes, I believe so. Yep, that'll be the.
So yeah, if that's a goal, I think, and that's just going to be up to dates that we can get us all together in one Zoom room on a day in the second half of October. But that gives us at least a month to talk with staff, talk with people in our community that are interested in this, have the meeting, give some direction, and then a month to advertise it and allow applicants to come back, which seems reasonable to me. Commissioner Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I think that's a fantastic idea. And I would also ask that the work that we did as between the commission and the Historic Preservation Board a year and a half ago, and those recommendations, that they come back to us and we get an update on where we are with them.
Sure. Yeah, let's just make that part of the staff presentation. Absolutely. And Mr. Persons, I'm guessing you just heard that. So we'll expect that. And then I think individual commissioners, if there's other things you want our staff to consider, what other cities are doing or sort of best practices, things like that. Just bring that up with staff and they can provide that as part of the presentation as well. And then I think it's just a matter of having a conversation and building consensus around a direction forward. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm curious, how long was that? I did read that letter, and I want to get a little. How long was that person with the Historic Preservation Board or served with them?
For about 2 months or so.
2 months. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Kyle. Do we have folks that want to speak on this item? We do. Okay.
Yeah.
Can I make a? Did you ask about the board, Adrian? Because that person wasn't on the board.
The city employee.
How long was with the city? He was only with the city for 2 months.
Right, exactly. Yep. He wasn't on the board.
Yeah. Okay, Kyle, members of the public that wish to speak to this issue.
We do have one caller, Nancy Darren. We're going to unmute your line and then you'll be good to provide your comments of up to 3 minutes. Nancy, please go ahead. One moment, seems like it's not unmuting correctly. Give us 1 moment, we're experiencing a little bit of technical difficulties.
That work?
All right, Nancy, sorry about that.
Is that working now?
You're on the line now. I appreciate you bearing with us. You can go ahead with your comment.
Okay, thank you. Nancy Darren, thank you. I am in full support of Commissioner Johnson's motion and really thank her for doing this. I really appreciate the part of the letter that she read and the intention there, and fully agree with that sentiment that we must not lose more of a sense of place and just the heritage that adds the uniqueness and the specialness to our city. So thank you, and I hope you will pass this.
All right, thank you. Appreciate your comments. Anybody else, Kyle?
That's the last caller.
Okay, very good. So the motion is to re-advertise. I, in the meantime, will work with the city manager's office and the clerk's office to schedule a special meeting. We'll do our best to make that a joint meeting with the members of the Historic Preservation Board. If that doesn't work, we'll just do it ourselves and invite any members of the Historic Preservation Board to join in and participate. And then once we do that, we'll re-advertise. So, Madam Clerk, we'll move to a vote.
Commissioner Santos.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons is absent. Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Okay, and Mayor Poe.
All right, that motion passes. Was it unanimous? I think it was, yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Johnson, for that. Okay, up next we have the Utility Advisory Board. The pay is not very good, but at least the hours are long for this one. We have a host of excellent applicants, as we seem to always have for this board. Incredibly important board, advising the commission on utility issues. And so, Kyle, do we have any of the applicants for the Utility Advisory Board that like to introduce themselves to us and tell us why they're the right pick for this important board?
We have one caller. Oh, sorry.
Oh, that's okay. We do have 4 who are in the attendee list, but if Kyle would like to go forward with it, if there's an applicant who's on call, that would be fine.
Some crossfires there. We have no callers on this topic.
Okay. So if you are an applicant for the Utility Advisory Board, if you would please raise your hand and I will give you the floor in due turn. The first one I see is Ms. Carla Lewis-Miles. I'm promoting her to panelist. Ms. Lewis-Miles, you should be able to unmute and start your video, and you have the floor.
Hi, Mayor, you're so right. Long hours, little pay, but well worth it. So my name is Carla Lewis-Miles. For the record, I am excited to reapply. As you know or may not know, when I joined the Utility Advisory Board, it was to complete, I think, the term of Darren Cook. And in my year, it's been about a year, a little bit over, I have learned so much about the utility. I told you I joined with the majority of focus on building relationship between the utility and the community. My focus is a little bit more now to become a conduit between the utility and the community, and educate the community on how the utility runs, how it needs to run to be profitable and to be a benefit to our community. So I look forward to continuing my work on the UAB and working with people like Ms. Tara Thomas and LEAP program, making sure that we have robust programs for our community and that we're doing due diligence to our utility as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for taking a little time out to join us today and for your service over this. I can't believe it's only been a year, but it's been quite a year for you as you came in. Okay, next applicant, please.
So we have, the next one is Mr. John Paul. I am promoting to panelist. Mr. Paul, you should be able to unmute and start your video if you'd like to have the floor and speak to the commission.
Welcome, Mr. Paul.
Mr. Paul, are you able to unmute?
I'm with you now.
There you are, yes.
Okay, I'm not sure. I guess good afternoon. My name is John Paul. I live here at Okamic in Gainesville. Educationally, I have an engineering degree from the University of Florida, an MBA, and attended the public utility executive program at the University of Michigan. I worked in the power industry for 41 years, 31 years at Florida Power and Light and 10 years at PacifiCorp, which provided electric service to the 7 states in the Pacific Northwest. While I started in power distribution engineering, I spent most of my career in computers and telecommunications. I collaborated with almost all the operating entities within a power utility, from power plants, operational service centers, substations, customer call centers, and supported many of their projects like system load control and automatic meter reading. Hurricane planning and restoration was a major focus for Florida Power and Light, and we were an integral part of that, providing voice, data, and radio dispatch services. I was also deeply involved in the 8-year quality program at Florida Power and Light. I was one of the managers selected to present a reliability engineering solution to the examining board of the Japanese Union of Scientists and Engineers. In 1989, FPL became the only company outside of Japan to win the Deming Award for quality. At PacifiCorp, my scope was expanded to include all the computing and telecom infrastructure. With that experience in both telecommunications and power industry, I think I might be able to add something to the utility board, and I look forward to doing that. And I thank you for your time this afternoon.
All right, thank you, Mr. Paul, for your willingness to serve. And welcome to Gainesville, since I haven't met you yet, but we're glad that you chose Gainesville as your place to settle down. All right, Madam Clerk, our next applicant, please.
We have Armando Grundy Gomez. I'm promoting to panelist. Mr. Grundy Gomez, you should be able to unmute and start your video, and you have the floor to speak to the commission.
Hello?
Gotcha.
Can you see me?
We can.
Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Armando Grundy Gomez, and I'm just wanting to, I thank you for the opportunity to apply to this position. This is something that is also important, bringing diversity to a board that is something that is very important and vital to our city. I bring a breadth of knowledge and understanding, especially when you're able to talk to folks that have been on the board like Mary Alford before, and looking at the utility as a whole, and not just from the standpoint of how we engage our community, but more important in how we're looking at our budget and the budget of the utility from a structural standpoint, the health, the vitality and health of our debt service and how we're holding it. So the overall holistic approach to looking at the utility is extremely important, as well as engaging our community. And so I bring that breadth of knowledge of understanding not only just the utility, but understanding budgeting and how we can best help the utility remain healthy moving forward. And I would welcome an opportunity to serve, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for your interest and willingness to serve. Okay, Madam Clerk, I think we have at least one more applicant, maybe.
We do have one. He didn't have his hand raised, but Boise Waiters, I believe, is with us. So yes, there his hand goes. All right, I'm going to promote to panelist. Mr. Waiters, you should be able to unmute and start your video.
Hi, how you doing, everybody? Can you hear me?
We can hear you great. Yeah, welcome.
Good. I would just like the opportunity to serve. I'm on one board right now. Work for University of Florida as a community engagement, community engagement and diversity coordinator. So I'd just like to help out the community and be a vital part of helping learn about the commission. So I thank you for your time, and that's why I like to serve. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Thanks for taking a little time to join us. Okay, anybody else, any other applicants want to speak to the commission?
Yes, actually, we had one more sign in, Mr. Tim Rockwell. Mr. Rockwell, I'm promoting you to panelist. Okay, Mr. Rockwell, you should be able to unmute and start your video. You have the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioner. Sorry, I'm a little late. I had conflicting meetings. I just wanted to pop in and say hi. I've actually been on the Utility Advisory Board for, gosh, might be going on 2 years at this point. I think I came in the middle of a term when we had some people leave. I've enjoyed my time so far on the board. Most of you know me or at least familiar with me, work I do in the community. I'm also on the Planning Commission for the county, Alachua County, and the Alachua County Affordable Housing Committee. And I like having a presence in the city realm as well. Professionally, I work for a civil engineer and am very familiar with a lot of the issues regarding utility infrastructure design and just getting utilities to people in an affordable way. But it's also been a learning experience for me being on the board. So I'm hoping I can continue with that, and you guys will see fit to appoint me to another term. So I feel like I'm just starting to pick up traction there. Things have been a little crazy with the coronavirus, but hopefully they'll get back to normal soon and we can resume regular meetings and some of the work we were doing on the utility, the comprehensive plan we were working on for the utility company there. Looking forward to that. Anyway, thanks for letting me speak, and good Good luck on your decisions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rockwell, and thank you definitely for your service over the last couple of years. Again, the hours are long, but at least the pay isn't very much. Kristen, do we have anybody else?
I don't see anybody, but if we would just pause just a moment, if you are an applicant for the Utility Advisory Board and we have not called on you, would you please raise your hand at this time? Okay, seeing none, I think those are all of the applicants.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Bryant. So once again, we have an abundance of riches here. We're very fortunate to have many qualified people who are willing to serve on this very, very important board, which is both a blessing and a curse for us. In a way, we can't make a wrong decision, but it also is hard to narrow it down to who are the best two suited to serve on this for a couple full terms. So with that, I'll turn back to the commission and start with Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate everyone who applied. There's some really great CVs as part of this. I appreciate anyone who's willing to offer to give their time to a board like this. To my mind, Ms. Miles and Mr. Rockwell have done good work for us so far and good work for the community. They've been accessible to the community and accessible to at least me as a commissioner. I've been able to speak with both of them. And neither of them have served a full term. They both came in shorter terms. So I'm going to move that we reappoint Carla Miles and Tim Rockwell to the Utility Advisory Board.
Okay, there's a second by Commissioner Sacco, moved by Commissioner Ward. Up next, we have Commissioner Hayes Santos. I'm sorry, that motion was for Ms. Miles and Mr. Rockwell. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll support the motion, but I also think John Paul has a lot of experience that might be good on the board as well. We really do have a lot of great candidates. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, we do have candidates that are exceptional. And, you know, Mr. Paul has applied, I think this is his third time. And I will tell you why, just like the first and the second time, Carla Miles and Tim Rockwell, I think should be reappointed. But I think that we should also recognize what is missing from this board in terms of experience. And Mr. Paul has a ton of experience in communications and in broadband. And as we move forward, as we are looking to expand our broadband capabilities as a city, I think it would be great if we had people with that experience to help in our decision making. I'm in support of this motion, but I also would like for us to be, thinking of John Paul and maybe other ways that he might be able to assist the city in the work that we're doing. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a really important point. And Mr. Waiters, Mr. Grundy Gomez, bring a lot of, I think, community experience, which is really needed and important. It's part of the job of the UAB is very technical and dense. And the other part is being ambassadors, for the utility to the communities in which they live and work. And so all of those qualities are important. But I'm of the opinion that because Ms. Miles and Mr. Rockwell have not served a complete term yet, they've earned that. They deserve to at least serve out a full term each. They've both been fantastic members of the UAB and definitely bring their own qualities and skill sets that have helped round out that board well. So I want to honor that, and I think it's sends the right message that, show up, work hard, represent your community well. You deserve to stay on. But I agree that there's a few folks on here that we somehow need to get plugged in and involved in some way, because they're so important to the sort of longer term goals of the commission. So with that, we'll turn it over to Kyle for any members of the public that might want to speak to this motion.
No members of the public calling to speak about this.
Okay, with that, the motion is to appoint Ms. Miles and Mr. Rockwell to full terms that will take them through March of 2024. And so, Madam Clerk, if you move to a vote.
Commissioner Simmons is absent. Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you to all of our neighbors who put their name in the hat and showed their willingness to serve. It's that old Rotary model, service above self, and it really means a lot to us as a commission for how much you are willing to help us and to our larger community. For being the ones willing to sacrifice your time and talent for the betterment of our community. So thank you for that. If you didn't get selected this time, keep your eye on the openings list and be sure to reapply if you're still interested in serving. But thank you all, and congratulations to the folks that, congratulations to the folks that ended up getting selected by the commission. And so with that, Commissioner Ward, you wanted to be recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Fairly briefly here, I'll try to make this as quickly as possible. And partially following on what Commissioner Johnson brought up earlier in the same vein, we have 26, I think, boards, and most of those boards don't interact regularly with the city commission. Some almost never interact with us as a commission in my experience. As we make an effort to do better community engagement, it occurs to me that we have 200 to 300 board members on these 26 boards who are engaged enough that they have gone through the process of getting on a board and of serving on that board, and they're spread across our community. They come from every district, and they're pretty deep and broad. We should be hearing from them more often. And with that in mind, I want to make a multi-part motion here, and I'll take my time with this. I move that we direct all city boards to create a brief report consisting of the following. What do you understand the mission of your board to be? What are the 3 most important things your board has done during calendar 2020? What are the 3 most important things your board is working on right now? What could the city commission do to help your board better serve our neighbors? And by the way, the clerk's office has a copy of this. I would like to make those reports available to the city commission prior to our January 21st, 2021 meeting. And then I would like to schedule each board to make a brief presentation to the city commission based on those reports between January of 21 and the end of August of 21. Following that, I would like to schedule a special meeting of the city commission or a dedicated general policy meeting in September of 2021 to review and to make any necessary changes to the list and structure of city boards as possible, with changes to be implemented for the 2022 fiscal year. So that gives us a year of work to think about our boards in a helpful and critical way, with an eye toward better engagement through people who have already raised their hand and said, yes, I want to serve, I want to engage, that we honestly haven't done a very good job of engaging with in the last 3 years.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner, would you mind making one small modification and instead of saying that we'll have that final discussion at a general policy committee meeting in September, just let's say we'll do it. It might be better to schedule a special meeting for that is all I'm saying. So instead of just saying.
It says special meeting or general policy.
Okay, yeah. And what we'll see how the path kind of unfolds here. There's a part of me that this is totally selfish. But as y'all know, my schedule gets really pinched come August. And so if we can get all of these presentations by the boards done during the summer, and we can hold up sort of 9 to 5 meeting in August before school starts back up, it might be better for me and we might have a better discussion. So if we could just have some flexibility there, and if they end up getting everything back to us to where we can come back as a body and discuss it earlier, that we can do that.
So let's say no later than September of 2021.
Perfect. Okay. Was there a second? I can't see. Okay, second by Johnson. Moved by Commissioner Ward. And the motion is on the screen. My participants thing came down. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you. Commissioner Ward, I appreciate the motion. I recall when we held our meet and greet with our boards and getting to meet some of those members and talk about some of the responsibilities, I think was a step in the right direction. This appears to be a bit more formal, asking for reports, which is okay. I would like us to entertain the idea of spreading out those reports as they come to the commission. I think that that would be beneficial because it would sort of keep our engagement with the boards as a whole going, instead of rather than just packing, into 2 or 3 days of marathon meetings. Because I want something to come from these reports, because what these questions what they do for me is these questions, I assume that these answers will give us ideas for how we can better utilize our boards, but also how we can sort of begin to direct policy ideas that might come from those boards. So I would appreciate those considerations just going forward as we schedule. Thank you.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner Ward, but I think that's the essence of what you are suggesting, that the reports would all come back to us by January, because that gives the boards a deadline, basically. Like, we need them on. But then every meeting will schedule maybe 1 or 2 boards between January and August. So we're, slowly considering each one. So I think you're getting what you're asking for, Commissioner Ariola, in that we'll have them all, we can read them, but then we won't meet with all of them like in one marathon session. Okay, Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My one concern is the time period from when the reports are done to when we're actually kind of discuss them, kind of as a city commission. 8 months is a long time, or even if it's in August or whenever, is a long time to have reports sitting out there and not kind of discussing them. I don't know. That's just my thoughts. It's a long time to have them out there. If we're trying to find, yeah.
Oh, but again, I think it's not, will be done by August. So I think we'll get them in January, and then starting in February, each meeting will have a couple of these before us to discuss. And so, we'll deal with the last ones in August, but we'll be doing it throughout that time period.
And I guess one other thing on just, I know some of our boards meet quarterly and stuff like that. I don't know if all our boards can, and maybe not all of them quarterly, but they may not all be able to meet that deadline, but I guess the vast majority probably could. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, and if that's
I served on boards, it's hard.
They can schedule a special meeting just for this if they want. They can schedule a Zoom meeting and talk about how they want to approach this. They're pretty straightforward questions. I mean, I would hope that each board wouldn't have to bang their head against the wall too much to answer those questions. If they do, then that's just as much an indicator of the issue we need to address as well. So I'm hopeful. And I would say, just Madam Clerk, if you can sort of check in halfway between now and January, and the boards that haven't taken this up yet, and you're concerned about not fulfilling this request, that either bring it to our attention or from a staff level, kind of remind them that this is something that the commission needs back by that point. I don't want it to get to the holiday period and all of a sudden they didn't realize that they still had to do this.
Absolutely, Mayor. What we can do is actually send a letter to the board chair of each of these boards, letting them know of the motion that is being passed this afternoon, and then we'll check in between the time, somewhere mid-range between the time of the letter being sent and this report being due, and hopefully use that as a way to stagger as well which reports are heard first to give them time to meet if there's some kind of.
Okay, great, Madam Clerk. Thank you. I knew you'd be on top of it. Okay, back to Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to briefly thank the clerk's office. We tend to forget about the enormous effort that the clerk's office goes into to keep the boards functioning. Again, with 26 boards, that's a whole lot of work that is being done, and they've been working on trying to fine tune how those boards support the community and this commission for a good while. And I had shared this with the clerk and with some of her staff earlier in the week, and I had some input from them. And Omi and I have talked about this sort of thing for a good long while, and it seemed like a good opportunity to move forward. So thank you to the clerk in her office.
All right, thank you. So Madam, I'm sorry, Kyle, if we do have a motion on the floor, if we could turn it over to you to see if there's any members of the public that wish to speak on this motion.
We do have one member of the public who is called to speak on this motion, Mary Lou Hildreth. We're going to be taking you off mute, and you will be good to present your comment. Mary Lou.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. As you may or may not know, I've been on the City Beautification Board for 3 years and served 2 of those as chair. And while I appreciate Commissioner Ward's suggestions, I think they're great. I'm just wondering, because I know within the past 2 years that we've had to submit an annual report that has a lot of that information already in it. I think they're due in November. I was trying to go through my CBB folder to see if I could find it, but of course I can't. And the other question or point I wanted to make is that, you know, as far as 2020 goes, I know that our board, we didn't meet since February. We just had our first Zoom meeting this past like 2 weeks ago. And so there's been a lot of things that we normally do as again, I'm just speaking for my board, that we were unable to do. For example, we didn't have the awards presentation at the Thomas Center in May. And so, you know, I guess I'm just questioning how much my particular board would be able to provide for 2020. So those are just my 2 comments for your consideration, and thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We'll definitely ask your staff liaison to work with you to you know, make it something that is attainable for your and all the boards. That we'll have to work that out individually for each board. Back to Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And that's, I think, a fair point that Mary Lou just gave in. I think I know like the beautification board, they do lots of events usually, and probably none of them are happened this year. Would it be okay if we asked what they did in 2019 as well? Because that probably is, 2019 is probably going to show what they actually do on a normal basis.
Okay. So we'll modify the motion to include calendar 19 through the end of calendar 20. Because, Commissioner Johnson, you're the seconder, right? You're okay with that addition? Okay. I would like to hear, I've been having a lot of discussions about this with all kinds of different folks, nationally and internationally, actually, about how governance has changed during the pandemic and what we've learned, and, you know, what some benefits and what some drawbacks are. I'd love to hear that from our boards. You know, what boards have found new opportunities because of the types of meetings or the technology benefits, and what have been the drawbacks of that. Because I think as we emerge from COVID-19, there are some things that we're doing now and that we've learned that we may likely want to continue if they're allowed, under state law, because it's better for the participants. So I'd like to hear that from the boards, you know, and so that pandemic period is as important to what they were doing before all that. And I think we can take that as a whole and decide, you know, how we need to move forward with each of them. So, but it's a good point, Commissioner Santos. Okay, with that, let's go ahead and move to a vote.
Commissioner Sacco,
Aye.
Commissioner Ward,
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola,
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons is absent, and Mayor Poe.
Aye. That motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Commissioner Ward, for that fantastic idea. Okay, up next, Madam Clerk.
Our next item is BD- appointment of a city commissioner to the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee with recommendation that the city commission approve the construction agreement for the re-roofing. Just kidding, that is not the right page. That the city commission appoint a commissioner to the State Housing Initiatives Partnership Program for Affordable Housing Advisory Committee.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. As you all saw, we got a memo from Commissioner Simmons saying that she would like to be considered for this position. And so just to make sure you're all aware of that if you didn't quite see that. Mr. Feldman, I say your camera came on. Did you have something you wanted to say about this item?
This is a change in state law that we're complying with. Membership has to be expanded to include a member of the governing body as one of the members of an 8 to 11 member board.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Feldman.
If there's any questions.
Sure. And, we do have a long and honored tradition on this commission of appointing absent members to serve on committees on our behalf. And so Commissioner Simmons' offer may have been predictive of that tradition anyway. Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we appoint Commissioner Simmons to the board.
Okay, seconded by Ariola, moved by Commissioner Hayes Santos. Any members of the public wish to speak to this item? No? Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, let's move to a vote.
Commissioner Simmons is absent. Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. And thank you, Commissioner Simmons, for your willingness to represent the city on that important board. Okay, Madam Clerk, up next.
Our next item is BD3, discussion of Alachua County charter questions and sales tax referendum with a recommendation that the commission discuss their position on these matters and take appropriate action.
Okay, thank you very much. Before I recognize Commissioner Hayes Santos, City Manager Feldman, we have a little bit of an update for the commission. I don't know if all of you are aware, but there has been sort of a last minute change or omission from what the county was proposing to do. So if you just share that with especially our neighbors who might not have heard this news yet.
Thank you, Mayor. So as just a matter of background, we had a request from some of the other cities to know our position on these two charter amendments in the sales tax initiative. The sales tax initiative as of yesterday afternoon is no longer on the November 3rd ballot. So it's a moot issue with regard to our position. I have talked with the county manager. There may be an intent to put it on a future ballot. And I believe the county is committed to working with the city in advance to ensure that if there is a ballot question, it meets our needs as well as the county's.
Okay, thank you. And so one thing I just want to, ask I don't know. I'm trying to avoid a future problem here, similar to what the county has just experienced. And so, we always, we learn more from our mistakes than our successes. And one thing the county is going to do from now on is after they, as a commission, approve some sort of ballot measure, they're going to ask the supervisor of elections to attend a county commission meeting, and they're going to have a discussion about the items, and the supervisor can explain the process for getting something on the ballot, and basically a celebration of democracy. But it's also to make sure that the I's are dotted, the T's are crossed, everything gets turned in the time frame that's required by law. And I'm just going to suggest, if there is a motion that's forthcoming to this, that we include that for any future ballot measures that the city might put on, that we follow that same process, ask the supervisors of elections to come to a city commission meeting and talk about the measures. Of course, for her not to advocate for or against it, but just to talk about process and make sure that we're following the process and get it completed in a timely fashion. It's a good. I think many people in our community could benefit from a little bit more visibility from our supervisor of elections. She's everywhere, but she doesn't have biweekly meetings and televised stuff all the time. And so the more we can get her in front of the city commission and the county commission, the more people get to know her and feel comfortable working with her to increase voter participation. With that, I'll turn it over to Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree. I think that that's a good idea. I also believe that we should support the 2 referendums that are on the ballot concerning the growth management areas and also kind of the environmental protection rules. The environmental protection one will put a minimum, and cities can always go more stringent, but I believe we should support both of them. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further hands, anybody want to put a motion on the floor? Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we request the supervisor elections to come before the city commission after our referendums have been submitted. Is that the best way, or to make sure that everything is correct? Does that encompass what you're talking about, or?
I think just invite the supervisor elections to come before the city commission as part of the ballot process.
So a move that we request the supervisor elections to come before the city commission as part of the ballot process for referendums that we might be putting on the commission to ensure that everything is correct, and that the city commission also support the growth management area charter amendment and the natural resources charter amendment.
Is there a second? Seconded by Sacco, moved by Commissioner Hayes Santos. Kyle, any members of the public wish to speak to this item?
No members of the public wish to speak.
Okay. We will then turn back to the commission for a vote. Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons is absent. Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Our next item is BD4, Commissioner Harvey Ward, Clarence Kelly Center, with the recommendation that the commission hear a report on progress at the Clarence R. Kelly Center.
Okay, Commissioner Ward, I'm guessing you're not going to give the progress report, but I'll recognize you and then turn it over to staff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I saw on social media last week, almost a week ago, some questions about this, about the progress on the Clarence R. Kelly Center, and wanted to go ahead and get that on our agenda so we could get a report on exactly what's happening and if we need to rethink what's going on and make sure that we remain connected to the community's wishes on this.
All right, thank you. Mr. Feldman?
Sure. So, Mayor, members of the commission, where we are with this project is it has been 100% designed within a budget of $1,750,000. Our typical way that we administer these projects is we design them and we bring a construction manager in generally at the 30% level, which we did here, and then they work with the designer through the end of the design process, so that if there are issues staying within the budget, we can make those adjustments as we're completing the design. At this stage, the design has been completed. Our construction manager worked with our designer and then submitted to us a guaranteed maximum price of $2,850,000. I may be off slightly, but not too much on there, which took us by surprise, since the construction manager should, there may be a slight increase, but not to that level. So we think that there's a disconnect. So this came to our attention early last week as we're trying to keep our community partners in the loop in terms of transparency. We let them know that, but we are at the stage of working through that variation in the number to see why it has occurred, whether it's an issue of subcontractors, supplies, materials, over design. We don't know yet, so we're in the process of making that reconciliation. We may look at potential change in construction managers. We may look at potentially bidding this out as a typical design bid build. So we have several options that we're working through this week and probably next week. I will tell you that this will set us back about 4 to 6 weeks, which is not atypical for a construction project, but we are on it, and we're going to work through these issues.
Thank you. Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I would, I appreciate the update, and my understanding then it is that the construction manager came back to us with a much larger number, and I assume that's based on real costs to some degree, but we don't know exactly what all of it is at this point. So when do you think you'll be able to bring that back to us to make other choices if we need to?
Well, I don't think the commission needs to make other choices since we didn't select the construction manager. That's done through a pool that we have. So if we need to switch construction managers, we have that wherewithal already. So my plan is, as we're working through this, and since it is an interest to the commission, we'll update you by memo. And if there's further questions that the commission has, we'll be glad to answer them at a future meeting.
Very good. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions on this? Okay, it's highly unfortunate, but $1 million plus overrun on a 30 to 40% overrun, not overrun, but
variation in the cost.
There you go, variation in the cost. There's just a disconnect from reality there. It's absolutely the desire of the commission and staff to keep this project moving along and keep its timeline as closely as possible. We're all excited about what that will become, but we can't just throw over $1 million down the drain and get nothing of increased value out of that, because ultimately that means we can't do other important projects on that list. Kyle, are there any members of the public that wish to speak to this item?
There are not.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Ward. Thank you, Mr. Feldman, for the update on that important item. Okay. Clerk, next item, please.
Next item is BD5, Commissioner Adrian Hayes Santos. Alachua County requests for a proposal for indoor event venue with the recommendation that the commission discuss and take action deemed necessary.
Okay, thank you. I feel like we've discussed this once or twice before, Commissioner Hayes Santos. You're bringing it back. And this is an important topic and item, so I'm not being facetious there. This is important that the commission stay engaged with this particular issue. So with that, I'll turn it over to you and let you talk to us about what your interests are at this point.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It kind of comes down to, this is the last opportunity. If we did want to do anything in downtown and not have it go all the way out west, and to have a financial impact both culturally and economically within the kind of the core of the city. Last Friday, the county put out an RFP for the indoor venue because they received a unsolicited, I guess, proposal from, I believe, Celebration Point to put it out there. And I think October 21st is when they want to have everything back and probably trying to take action before election and stuff like that. So it comes down to it. I've spoken with some county commissioners, and I think it comes down to there is opportunity if we say we want it downtown and we try to push to have it in a place that will work and have an economic benefit. They're trying, part of it is to have trade shows, to have sporting, to have concerts. There's a lot of things they're trying to do. We've already seen multiple businesses move from downtown to Celebration Point. And I think we put as one of our strategic kind of top, our high priority strategic missions was to have downtown become vibrant again and to rise again. And this will be another, I feel like, nail in the coffin, and it's something new, and it will drive more businesses out to that area. And I think we need to take steps to try to keep that within the core of our city and to find a way to build the indoor event venue, concert venue inside of our downtown core area. So that's my request to the commission to see if there is majority support to do that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I remain exactly where I was the last time we discussed this with the county. And when we discussed it ourselves last time, I remain unconvinced that the need exists for such a large item, large expenditure of public resources. But if it's going to be spent, I would hope that it's spent in ways that help enhance the community, the whole community, and do not do what seems to me like a benefit to and this is going to sound worse than I mean it, but to benefit a set of corporate interests. I don't think anybody's trying to do anything under the table at all. But if we're going to spend $40 million as a community, and it's not the city's money, I recognize that, but it is our money as taxpayers here, and as residents of this community. And before somebody corrects me, I understand that it's tourist development money, but still, it's public money. If we're going to spend public money, it ought to be very targeted to improve the community and not a specific set of interests who don't really need the extra support. And maybe they do. Maybe I'm totally misunderstanding, but that case hasn't been made to me. The case that I've seen for putting something at Celebration Point is very good for a select group of folks who will benefit financially from it. And God bless them if they can make some money. I have no problem with that, but let's make sure let's help the county make sure that that's the right way to spend $30 or $40 million of public money. Now, the last time we talked about this, I was pretty sure that $30 or $40 million of public money would exist. That was before COVID. And at this point, I'm not sure that there's nearly as much money there as was originally discussed. So I think a broader discussion would be useful and helpful. And I don't say that to try to turn over anybody's apple cart. I say that because that's a whole lot of money. And if it's going to be spent, it ought to be spent to the benefit of the greater community. And if there's a way to do that in a way that improves downtown Gainesville or some other part of Gainesville and the people who live there, then that's what we ought to do. Maybe downtown doesn't want it. I don't know, but we haven't. I don't think the report that was done included downtown. I know they included several other sites, but I don't think it included downtown. And again, the economic landscape has changed drastically over the last 6 months since this was last discussed. So I would hope that that we could ask the county to pause at this point, and particularly since things are changing a lot at the county, that they would take a little bit extra time and have some broader community discussions before committing to tens of millions of dollars for one specific activity. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Commissioner Ward, it's not an if they're going to spend it, they are going to do it somewhere. I think that's as a push that they're trying to do, at least with the commission that's on there right now. And they have already spent, they've already spent millions of dollars out of Newberry on building that out as well. So there's continued push of public investment out west. And I think we have to do more than just asking them to kind of pause. We have to give some kind of direction that we want to actually do something than just asking to pause, because I don't know if they'll just pause it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. I'm actually confused. So if someone can provide some clarity about why we're here talking about this right now. So Commissioner Hayes Santos, from what you said is that there was a vote that was taken on Friday. No, there was a vote sometime last week. No, there was not a vote.
Commissioner Hayes Santos, why don't you tell them why you put this on the agenda?
Yeah. I don't believe there was ever a vote that the county has taken. What staff, they've been in discussions with Celebration Point for months and months and months on this.
Okay.
They received an official proposal. There was, and probably the city manager could probably give you a better idea of how these unsolicited kind of there's a bunch of state procurement rules that go over this and how this is being organized.
That's what I need clarity on.
Yeah. So on Friday they put out, and maybe the city manager could probably do it better justice than I would in terms of how this procurement is working.
Yeah, Lee, you want to nitty-gritty technical details of this?
Sure, I will take a stab at it, but I, of course, could never do it better than the commissioner. So as you know, the county has been looking at a center, sports-oriented center for a while, and they have publicly published reports from a consultant by the name of Victus.
Yeah.
Where potential sites and feasibility on there. Since those are all public, and the county has indicated sort of their desire to move forward at some time in the future with this, the county has two ways that they could proceed. One is they would normally issue an RFP to try to find a partner with specific parameters that would be included within the RFP, financial viability, money, commitment, things like that. And then, do that, publish it, and solicit, proposals from everybody on there. The other option that occurs is that when people, vendors, partners get wind of something out there, they have the ability under the Florida statutes to submit what is called an unsolicited proposal, which is confidential, exempt from public record until a certain period of time lapses. And after the county, and it's not clear under the statute who in the county, but in this particular case, we believe it is the county staff, deems that the proposal is in the best interest of the county, then they can move forward with an unsolicited proposal, provided that they issue an RFP for counter proposals, and that RFP is advertised in a newspaper of general circulation in the Florida Administrative Record for a minimum period of time. I forget what that is offhand. So the county has now exercised that option. Somebody who we don't know has given them a unsolicited proposal, the contents of which we do not know.
Okay.
On there, we make the assumptions at Celebration Point, but I can't tell you with certainty that it's even there.
Okay.
On there, and And now they have advertised for competing proposals on there. Now, in reality, a project of this magnitude with such a short lead time does not give a lot of parties a lot of potential to put together a detailed proposal to respond. So generally, when cities and counties do these unsolicited proposals, it gets very few, if any, responses back. At the conclusion of this period, they will then further evaluate whatever they have in their hand at that point, and then decide to go forward with negotiating either an interim or a comprehensive agreement under the statute. And at that time, we will know more details, but it would be too late for anybody at that point to submit competing proposals.
Okay.
So we're sort of discussing this in the abstract and very blind.
Okay. So once they got this proposal, was there any was there a time frame that they then had to exercise that right? They had to exercise not exercise the right, but that they then had to put it out. They had to do an RFP, or could they have let that stretch out, 4 6 months, a year?
Yeah, there's no time frame. They
Okay.
have the ability to spend as much time as they want evaluating the unsolicited proposal before they deem it sufficient. So they're not under a shotgun or shot clock or anything along that regard.
Find this. Thank you. That provided that's important what you just said there, because I find it really, really curious about the timing here, and with the integrity that I know that my colleagues have across the street, and with another election that's within, a month or so. I just find it really, really hard to believe that they would push through a project of this magnitude with the financial implications that it could have for our entire city in the middle of a global pandemic, when there are 2 new people that are going to take office. I actually don't believe that they're going to do it. I know my colleagues across the street. I know like Ken and Hutch and Mary Helen, and I just don't believe that they would do something like this. So I'm going to continue to believe in the integrity that they have. And I don't think that there's any more point for discussion, because I just actually can't believe that this would happen. So that's where I am. Thanks.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Commissioner. I like to, I do think the same as you, Commissioner Johnson, about the integrity of our colleagues. I also, it's sort of a trust and verify situation. I do think that we need to send them a letter that the City Commission does not believe this is in the best interests of our county residents, and this is not the highest best use of these dollars, and to proceed any further at this point would be contrary to the goals of both the city and the county. I think it's important for us to state that very clearly, just to remind them of our values and our goals. I think that reiterates the trust we have in them, that we trust them to not take this action and to turn away from this, because I just cannot fathom an expenditure of public dollars in that amount west of Gainesville. I just can't. That's contrary to all of our stated goals. So I think we needed to state that clearly, diplomatically, professionally. But I think it reinforces where this commission has been consistently, and a reminder of that at this point I think is important. I think that we might have had a couple people that want to speak to this issue. Madam Clerk or Kyle, do we have anybody waiting that wishes to speak to this issue?
Mayor, I do believe we have Mr. Delancey from the chamber. I just promoted him to panelist, so he will should be rejoining the meeting shortly to be able to comment.
Okay, very good.
I wonder if he fell off there. He may have left the meeting altogether, actually.
Okay, Mr. Delancey, if you're wanting to speak to this issue, we'll give it a second, and just dial back and we'll get you in. In the meantime, is there an interest in putting a motion on the floor? Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we have the mayor send a letter to the county commission requesting, I guess what you said. And that kind of requesting that they, I guess, do a full RP or do not build into the western portion of the county. I don't, what exactly are you kind of looking for in a letter? I think what you, Commissioner Johnson, both of you, I think you're way more hopeful than I am, but I guess whatever you were saying.
Okay. Unless there's any objection to anything I or any Commissioner Johnson or anybody else said, I will capture the essence of what the commission has said today in a letter.
And I guess one more thing, I do serve on the TDC advisory board, and the revenues are down significantly. I think they're down, it was either 27 or 37% in terms of TDC revenue. So this would, well, I think they have enough money to do it. It would tie up all of that kind of a money, even there's no more future money for other in the coming years for other projects. This would tie up all the money for, at least for the.
Okay. Kyle or Madam Clerk, did we get anybody back on the line?
I see that Mr. Delancey has rejoined the meeting.
That was an affirmative?
That was a no, he hasn't rejoined.
Oh, okay. Kyle, you don't have anybody either?
We do, Mr.
Okay.
Mayor. Nathan Scott is on the line. Nathan, we're going to unmute your line now.
Yes, good afternoon. Yes, good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So I've been listening to the discussion, a lot of speeches and virtue signaling regarding this issue. I think, it's interesting to see the City Commission constantly cast aspersions and resort to publicly guilting and shaming people despite its hypocritical claim that it embraces diversity and respects diversity of opinion and thought. So, if the county, proceeds in a manner, City Commission certainly capable of voicing its opinion. But Mayor Poe, listening to you, your opinion just seemed to be that any taxpayer dollar of that magnitude or any taxpayer dollar spent outside of the city limits or west of Gainesville is not a good use of taxpayer money. And I think many taxpayers in Alachua County would take exception to that, your viewpoint. I mean, it seems to be pretty arrogant in terms of only the opinions of the mayor of the Gainesville City Commission seem to matter in this county. And clearly that's not true. Certainly the city is a big metropolitan area of Alachua County, but there's many needs outside of the city limits. There's many GRU customers outside the city limits that are in need of electric rate relief, but you don't focus on those important issues. You focus on issues of skirting Sunshine Law and taking an attorney and two commissioners saying they're not violating Sunshine Law and going to talk about ostensibly GRU issues, which could arguably come before the Gainesville City Commission again. So I'm not sure why you guys spend your time on quibbling over decisions made in other at the county level and such. I mean, they exercise due diligence, but I am concerned when this City Commission spends exorbitant amount of its time on tangential issues, constantly bullying people, shaming people, up to and including landlords in the city by publishing their names and addresses and telephone numbers. You guys need to look in the mirror because you're not practicing what you preach. And it seems to be pretty hypocritical. But, you know, Mayor Poe, with all due respect, I support Gainesville growing, but you guys don't control how money is spent, despite your assertion that any dollar spent outside or west of Gainesville is not a good use of taxpayer funds. I think that's a patently arrogant statement. Thank you.
And we had Mr. Delancey get on with us. Mr. Delancey, welcome. You can go ahead, Mr. Delancey. Mr. Delancey, can you hear us? I can see you.
It doesn't appear that he's dialed into to the meeting. I don't see any kind of audio controls next to his name. Mr. Delancey, you may need to actually pick up the phone and dial into the meeting or enable your audio controls from your computer.
And while we're getting that sorted out, who is the seconder for the motion? Is there a seconder for the motion?
What was the entire motion?
For me to draft the letters into the county commission expressly.
That's it? Yeah, I'll second that.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Delancey, we still can't hear you, I don't think. Kyle?
We do have one more caller while Mr. Delancey continues to work on the audio, if that's okay with you.
Sure, yeah, and we might need, Mr. Delancey, for you just to dial in with your phone with the number if we can't get that sorted out. But yeah, go ahead, Kyle, with our next caller.
We're going to go now to Sharon Bauer. Sharon?
Hello. I waited for this item because I thought that the discussion would be focusing on your plan that has been expressed at many meetings, face-to-face meetings, for an indoor, a regional sports complex at the MLK Center site. And so I just wanted to say that that I live in the downtown redevelopment area, and this site is right across the street from our neighborhood, and that plan is opposed by the surrounding neighborhoods, and I hope that you will, as I requested, hold a meeting so that those neighborhoods can weigh in before you proceed any further with your plans for developing that site and removing a popular local recreation facility. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Delancey, do we have audio with you yet? Still can't hear you.
He may want to just come out and leave the meeting and come back in. So maybe hopefully the audio option will pop up on the screen.
The old turn it off and turn it back on approach. And just to respond to Ms. Bauer, there is not a plan for the MLK area. And that was sort of made, I won't say painfully clear, but quite clear by the city manager that at our GCRA joint meeting the other night, that one of the problems with progress on 8th and Waldo is that there has not been a plan. And so, you know, anybody that believes that we're tearing things down and rebuilding a giant complex there, that is not the case. And one of the things that we need to sort of lower our shoulder and really drive forward with is actually getting a plan in place, which will include significant community engagement about what works best there that will help spur economic development and neighborhood stability and revitalization. So that has been the commission's goal. But there is nothing the commission has approved specifically or otherwise as to what that might be. So anybody that's concerned about that, we just encourage you to be part of that process once we get our master planner in place and we start that community engagement process. And we're just waiting for Mr. Delaney to see if he can get back in and get the audio working. When you're not strong, you need a hand. I'll help you carry on. See, Madam Clerk, this is what I'm saying. We just need to have it. Ready to spin.
Mayor, while we're doing that, I just did pull up the RFP for the county, and while it doesn't specifically say Celebration Point, I do want to point out to the commission that that it says that as part of the research for this facility, Alachua County has found the potential for greatest regional success of the facility is dependent on proximity to commercial, restaurant, and hotel development. The interaction of facility with these support land use is vital to successful facility, providing convenience and activity options for those attending events at the venue. Having a facility that achieves this interaction between the venue and the support facility while minimizing travel between attractions meets the goal and objective of the community. So that's the criteria that a respondent is going to have to meet.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Feldman. Okay, Kyle, Madam Clerk, how we doing? I want to give Mr. Delaney a chance to speak, but no dice. Okay, well, Mr. Delaney, we're sorry we couldn't get you in for whatever reason. But if you want to send your thoughts to the commission, you can just pop us an email and we'll make sure to read that, and we'll know that you're responding to this particular issue. Commissioner Santos, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had one request that you say in the letter they never did a study on downtown either. So.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Delaney, I see you back.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you. All right. You have the floor. 3 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm David Delancey. I'm the owner of One Day Came Incorporated, who's been called to build, to build the Clarence R. Kelly Community Center and Park. This is a project that we've been involved in for quite some time, even before the pandemic. We've reached out to several local subcontractors to be able to pull all of the right numbers we need to get the facility and park built. This is a project that we've advertised on quite a few occasions. We reach out to local subs first, even perhaps try to go outside the city limits to try and get our numbers within budget. But unfortunately, the numbers that we're getting in response are numbers that are exceeding what the cost of the project slated. We were able to reduce the number from 2.8 to 2.5. We're still working diligently to try and decrease that number. This is a project that we need. This is a project that we would love to build for the city, not only the city, but the people over in Duval. We even spoke with Mr. Pete McNeese, who's been working closely with us to try and get a handle on what the budget needs to be, to perhaps possibly try and at least put the project in 2 phases so that we can at least get the site work moving.
Right. Mr. Delancey, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we're actually beyond that item. We moved on. We were actually talking about the event center out at Celebration Point now.
Oh, I apologize.
But also, it's fine. We also did not take any action on that item. There was no motion nor any action. And frankly, that what you're saying is an issue between you and our staff. This is not a city commission decision or issue right now.
Okay.
The city manager has indicated to us that he's going to sit down with you and work through the numbers and details and try to come to some resolution. So this is really more of an administrative process right now, not a policy or sort of political decision. And so we just want to encourage you to sit down with your sharp pencil and work with our staff to see how we can try to get that project moving forward. Of course, with a number that is at least close to what the commission's already approved.
Okay, I'd like to apologize if I I totally didn't mean
It's fine. I wanted to give you a little latitude there because I know you were having technical issues and we're all doing what we can under these circumstances.
Okay.
But that's fine. And we did get a chance to hear from you. So I'm just going to sort of pass the baton, if you will, to our staff, and we'll allow you to work with them through this issue. All right.
Well, thank you.
No problem. Thank you. I'm glad you got to finally get in. Okay. So we have a motion that's authorizing me to send a letter to the county commission. I'm just going to sort of summarize the essence of that letter, that it remains the commission's position that we do not believe this large of expenditure of public money is best used in a location, in this location on this project. We want to encourage them to look at other locations, especially in the downtown area and in East Gainesville. Commissioner Santos, what was the other that you just said?
I mean, I think that is it. I mean, I think they're talking about COVID and then also the 2 new commissioners coming on board.
Oh yeah, the timing of it.
Yeah, and then
would be better served to allow for the transition then.
Yeah, and then I guess the monetary of significant decreases in TDC revenue.
Yeah. Okay. I'll work on that and get that over to them early next week, probably. Okay, Madam Clerk, if we move to a vote.
Commissioner Ariola. Absent. Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons is absent. Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Ariola absent. All right, Madam Clerk, next item.
Okay, our next item is back on the consent agenda. I believe it is CA7 on the bottom of page number 6. CA7 request for proposal, staff ranking, City of Gainesville, Florida, downtown Gainesville strategic master plan, with the recommendation that the commission approve staff's recommended ranking of the firms, authorize the city manager or designee to negotiate and execute a contract and any related documents with MKSK subject to approval from the city attorney as to form and legality. Should the city manager be unable to negotiate a satisfactory contract with the top ranked proposer, negotiations will be terminated with that proposer and negotiations will be initiated with the second most qualified proposer, and so on until a satisfactory contract is negotiated and executed.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Johnson, you asked for this to be pulled from the agenda, so I'll recognize you.
Thank you, Mayor. I wasn't able to look at all of the backup, but I wanted to get an understanding of how we are sharing the cost of the strategic plan. I know that we're working with UF in some way. Can you?
Yeah, sure. Mr. Redmond, can you respond to that?
Yes. So we estimated that the cost of this plan originally was going to be $300,000. It came in less. We had committed 150,000 from the GCRA, from the downtown money from previous, and the University of Florida committed the other 150,000. Moving forward, I would look at this as still a 50-50 split, though it's likely that our contributions, mutual contributions, would be slightly less than that.
Okay, thank you. I also want to highlight a few pieces in the winning proposal, and MSK, is the community engagement piece of it, about sustained engagement and inclusive decision making. And also, I was excited to see, just give me a moment, the information about equitable development and equity and community development. And they're probably not here, or maybe, maybe Mr. Bradfeld can answer this for me, but I'm going to read this piece of it that's important to me. It has to do with equity and community development. It says, our approach to planning is first to evaluate how policies, programs, and tools impact people, and then align the systems to better serve them. Community development is fundamentally about how the collective efforts of people can lead to more stable and resilient communities, and the investments we as a city make in our most precious resource, whether it is education, healthcare, job training, nutrition, or stable housing. As planners, we are bound by professional and ethical responsibilities to engage with historically underrepresented, marginalized, or excluded populations, including people of color, people experiencing poverty, women, the elderly, children, the LGBTQ community, and persons with disabilities, and identify how resources can better be allocated to create communities that are fair and just. And this is a beautiful statement. And I want to understand how it translates from the paper and this, from paper to, real life. Do we have an understanding of how they're going to do community engagement in order to reach the marginalized communities that we are talking about in this?
Well, Commissioner, Mr. Mayor, and members of the commissioners, thanks for having me today. But I think what they've laid out in their actual document, which is on pages 8 and 9, is actually their approach. And so they're going to be using some interrelated working groups, staff working group, but then most importantly, what they're discussing as a solutions group, which is basically a stakeholder group made up of folks in the community that would be impacted by any kind of downtown planning effort. And then they'll be doing a series of either meetings or utilizing some of the virtual civic engagement tools to try to meet folks out in either in the field, in their neighborhoods, or work with them virtually. But I think the model that we're going to use, Commissioner, frankly, is the same one that we're trying to work with HRA on the comprehensive plan. And that is that we're going to be working with HRA on putting together a suggested engagement plan, but then we're going to actually bring that engagement plan forward and make sure that it's endorsed by the commission as the approach, because we're working with HRA right now on that. And I think we're going to use the same model with this consultant.
Thank you. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. I'd also like to put it, give another push to the reverse consulting piece of this, because oftentimes the people that are able to spend the time and energy giving their expertise and their input to the city are often not people that have the, time and resources to do it. So how do we compensate them for some of that time in order to get a different perspective and opinion? So I'm hoping that is something that both HRA and MKSK is considering. And I'm glad that you mentioned HRA with the comp plan, because it feels like, and I read this also, is that the comp plan and the downtown master plan are happening kind of at the same time. And also I feel like the affordable housing strategic plan is happening at the same time. Is that right?
There are many plans happening at the same time, Commissioner.
Right. There's so many plans. Exactly. There's so many plans happening at the same time. And what I'm hoping is that there is some type of coordination amongst the plans so that there isn't, you know, neighbor fatigue about us going and asking a million different questions at a million different times and a million different input about a million different plans. So because we're doing everything at the same time, is there some thought being given to how we encompass all of that in kind of one larger community engagement effort?
Well, Commissioner, we don't actually have, I wouldn't say we have a definitive answer yet, but I can say what we do have is we have a definite concern that's been shared with the groups, particularly HRA and particularly MKSK, on aligning efforts here, because we don't want to get out of alignment. And frankly, I think that we're talking about a similar type approach on many fronts, dealing with several thematic issues like affordability, inclusivity, changes to the built environment. And we're just talking about it either on the comp plan side, either citywide, or with the downtown master plan, how is it reflected in a specific geographic area that's important to us all. So in both cases, definitely pushing alignment. I think that one thing to know is that I think we understand that MKSK has done some work with HRA in the past also, particularly in Greenville, South Carolina area. So I think there is some experience in terms of working together. So that will be important. So,
Andrew, did you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I was just going to add, I totally agree with everything Eric said. And I just wanted to add that one of the benefits is that there's a lot of overlap in terms of the department directors that are working on this issue. Like Eric and I are working on the comp plan together. We have staff who are working on the master plan, and we have staff that are also working on the affordable housing action plan too. So I think we're very cognizant of that, and we're already have working groups in the background that I think are keeping that in our forefront of our mind.
Of course you do, Andrew. Okay, I'm glad to hear that. That's all of the input that I had in the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Would you be interested in making a motion?
Sure. A move to accept MKSK as the what am I?
You can just to approve the ranking.
To approve the ranking.
Is there a second? Second by Ariola. Moved by Johnson. Okay, any members of the public wish to speak to this motion?
No members of the public.
All right, Madam Clerk, we'll move to a vote.
Okay, Commissioner Simmons is absent. Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco. Okay. Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Simmons absent. Okay, Madam Clerk, next item.
Our next item is commission comment.
Okay, any commissioners have general comment that they'd like to bring up? That's a big negatory. One thing I'd just like the commission to consider, since we're trying to sort of move our meetings back to some sense of normalcy, and I should have brought this up when we made the rule changes, and I don't know, I was just had a lot of things kind of coming at me at once, but I would like to put an opportunity for general public comment back in a meeting, and I think we can, be flexible with how we do that. For example, we could do it at the beginning of the meeting, just for 30 minutes. I know what the county was doing. I don't know if they're still doing this, but people could phone in their public comment and record it. And then the clerk could just, they just would play them one after another until 30 minutes, and so there'd be sort of a, time frame. That's what a lot of local governments are doing, in fact. And so, one suggestion is we could do, people have up to 3 minutes. They could call in, record their public comment. We would play all those recorded public comments. And then if there was still time remaining, we could take people calling in live for the remainder of the time. But I do think since we're going to be doing this for a while, I do think it's important that we do provide some opportunity for people to share some thoughts with us for items that aren't necessarily on the agenda. So if there's an interest in doing that, I wouldn't mind a motion to the effect of amending our rules to allow that, and if anybody had a strong opinion on how to structure that, you know, I'd be happy to hear that. Or if there's no interest, then I guess there'd be no motion. Bueller. Okay, seems like there's no interest in moving forward with that right now. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm not sure what motion to make. I do agree that there is a need as we move forward to roll back in some level of open public comment. We do need to be careful for staff and for the public good to not roll this into, you know, regular 1 a.m. meetings. I mean, we're here regardless, but we don't make very good decisions after a certain time of night. So I would want to be very careful about how we open back up, just from a time perspective, because it does take longer to do this than it does live. But we're
and that's why, Commissioner, I'm thinking 30 minutes at the beginning of the meeting, basically after adoption of the agenda, like we used to do, and that would be it. 30 minutes, that would be the time period. We could start out by saying just live. My only problem with doing it only like call in is if people are working or not available at that time. And that way, if we did the recorded, and we have to ask the clerk, Madam Clerk, if you want to maybe weigh in on this, if you have some thoughts. I know that you are aware of what some other communities are doing. If there's a call-in line, so say, you know, up to, you know, from whenever the agenda is published, they can call in a number, leave their public comment. They'll get cut off at 3 minutes, and play those first. And then if there's time remaining, we'll give that, you know, whatever that additional 10 minutes or whatever it is to anybody that wants to call in that time. And then that's at 30 minutes. So whatever it is, it would just extend our meeting 30 minutes. And it would be at the beginning.
I'll move that.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yeah, of course. Is there a second to that motion? Okay, Commissioner Areola seconds. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Okay, so to be clear, are we referring to general public comment, or are we referring to comments that may go to a particular item?
No. General public comment. So this would be an opportunity. It would be the first thing on the agenda in the afternoon. It would be a time not to exceed 30 minutes. And then what I'd like to hear from you on, ideally what I'd like to do is have a number where people can call and record their comment. And then the clerk's office would just line those up, first come, first serve, play those one after the other. And if there was time remaining, then we could ask for anybody else that would like to call in until that 30 minutes expired.
Yeah, that's something that we would need to kind of go and do our research on logistically to make sure we have all the technical requirements to accommodate. But I think we've looked into this before, something very similar to this approach. But I just want to make sure that that would still work. So if you would give us time to kind of work that in and see what the logistics would be.
Yeah, absolutely, Madam Clerk. And we're going to need time anyway, because this is going to have to come back. We can't take this action today. It's going to have to come back to the commission, which means it'll be a month before it comes back before us, because we'll have to change our rules. So it's more about us moving in that direction, and then that'll give you time to do that work and figure out how to make it happen.
If also, you know, I don't know if there's an appetite on the commission for the incorporation of dial-in comment in your meetings, period, even after we are beyond this COVID event. That might be something to also consider, since you are talking about kind of receiving those comments.
I mean, I'm actually on a panel with the Freedom of Information Society Association, organization, one of those, about how we take some of the benefits and opportunities that we've learned during COVID and carry those over into the post-COVID world, and what's allowed, what opportunities there are. But I think that's further down the road. I think if we can at least do this now, it'll give people that opportunity that's been missing for the last 6 months, and then certainly we can allow your staff a little more time to research how that might work once we start meeting live again, and what the legal barriers or not are to those things. Anyway, I think is a 1 month period enough time for y'all to sort of look into it and figure out how that might work?
Absolutely.
Okay, good. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We already do kind of get public comment that people can just call into our office and leave a voicemail too that we get. So that's, yeah.
Yeah, that's different than a meeting that everybody else can watch. I think part of public comment is people want to share their thoughts, not just with us, but with everybody. I agree. This is an additional way for folks to talk to everybody. Kyle, do we have anybody that wants to comment on this motion?
We do, Mr. Mayor. We have at least one caller. I'm just going to make sure we're good to go live. We are. The first commenter will be Nathan Scott. Nathan, please proceed.
Yes, good afternoon, mayors, commissioners, Nathan Scott. So I want to say on behalf of many citizens in Gainesville that I'm in full support of this commission promptly returning general public comment to its meetings. And certainly, you amended the rules at any time you wanted to, numerous times. It didn't take a month. You could amend those rules today if you see fit, because it's your procedural rules to allow general public comment once again, just as you amended your rules to allow commissioner comment, as Commissioner Ward brought up. So what you're doing here seems to be censoring free speech, denying the public the opportunity to be heard, and then putting additional reasons for why you can't readily re-implement what has been a standing opportunity for the public to participate in local governance for many years. So this assertion that this won't come back for a month is patently ridiculous, Mayor Poe. I expect better from you. I mean, there's nothing that prevents this commission from amending its internal rules of procedure on motion to allow that. And if it needs to come back, it might come back, but it certainly shouldn't take a month. Likewise, you should take live general public comment. This recorded thing is subject to being gamed. And if you do go in that direction, which I have no doubt that you will, because again, you like to have the sycophants call in and express favorable comments praising the commission. I mean, it's reasonably foreseeable that that could monopolize the entire 30 minutes of the time, just playing recorded messages. And that's not in the spirit of public participation. I mean, we saw an example of what happened with that last week, where people were unjustly denied the opportunity to be heard on a motion and passed right over because the phone lines were clogged by defenders calling in to tell you guys to defund GPD. And it was clear that that was orchestrated. So again, in the virtual environment, there's nothing wrong with this commission immediately moving to take live general public comment, once again, restoring that right for the public to be heard, doing so immediately. But this gerrymandering to allow recorded comment and tie up the lines and tie up the time, I'm just not in support of that. I mean, because it's reasonably foreseeable that that'll be gained so that City Commission doesn't have to listen to the harsh criticism from its constituents. But there is no reason why this can't be enacted or reenacted immediately. It should not take a month, Mayor Poe. And that is a legitimate concern. And again, I can point countless examples of where you guys have routinely amended your rules of procedure numerous times during the virtual meeting environment, and it didn't take a month for you guys to do that. So that's just a pretext of trying to further suppress hearing from the public. Thank you for your time.
Appreciate you sharing your comments, and I think speaking in support of the motion. I'm sorry, Kyle, do we have anybody else?
We do. We have one more caller and then another who has dialed in, but we haven't had an opportunity to speak to, who will screen after Debbie Martinez. And Debbie, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Can you all hear me all right?
Yes.
I'm just going to assume that you can hear me. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
But anyway, I support the fact that you're bringing back regular open general citizen comment. But I think this plan that you have about allowing people to call in and record their comments, first of all, we don't know how far in advance. Is it a day in advance, a week in advance, an hour in advance? It sounds a little Trumpian. And what I'm meaning by Trumpian is how we have a president right now that can't be trusted. Now, you all have gained some of the trust back with the public in the way you've handled the coronavirus. And I would hate for people to go back, for you to start going backwards where people no longer trust you at all. So I just think it's a little, it makes it appear like you're trying to control citizen comment. Not everyone's comfortable with public speaking. Not everyone's comfortable with letter writing. Not everyone's comfortable with email. Not everyone's comfortable with Facebook messaging. So just go ahead and allow the public to communicate the way that they feel comfortable and the way they choose to do it, rather than trying to manipulate the number of people that call in, email, Facebook in. Just let it happen on its own. So I don't support recording people in advance and lining them up and playing them. And if there's a little time left, then you'll let people who call in naturally during the meeting speak. So I support bringing back general comment, but not with the convoluted Trumpian recorded in advance. And we don't even know how far in advance. I don't support the recorded call-ins. Thank you.
Hey, Kyle, do we have anybody else?
We have one more caller who's dialed in who we're going to briefly talk to before we move forward. All right, and we're going to go now to Darlene Pafalo. Darlene, you're on the line and you can begin your comment.
Thank you, gentlemen and ladies. I kind of agree with some of the things that have been said. I think it's really, really important to have open communication with all citizens. Not everybody can talk, like you say, and leave messages, but I think we're missing something that if we have a concern to talk to you before the meeting, so it's something that you may be able to talk about while you're at the meeting. It doesn't, you're saying these are things that don't have to be on the agenda, but it also will be able to have things that you could do in the future. But I think participation is extremely important for communication with our commissioners, whether it's city, county. It's really important because otherwise you don't know what people are feeling and thinking about. So thank you for your time, and we'll talk later on this afternoon about other things. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else, Kyle?
That was the remainder of our callers.
Thanks all for calling in. Something very interesting was stated that not everybody can call in and leave a message, but somehow everyone can call in live at 1 o'clock. It's the opposite. And part of the reason for allowing people to call and record a public comment for a significant amount of time before the meeting is it allows them on their time to do so. Whether they're working or they're a busy parent trying to get dinner on the table and do homework in a virtual environment and get the dog walk and everything else. When they have time, when it's convenient for them, they can call and leave that voicemail and participate. If we restrict it only to live calling during a meeting, a lot of people are not going to be able to do that. It becomes very exclusive. And so that's why we have that suggestion, and why I do think it's important that the commission consider finding a way to do that post COVID-19, and when we get back to live in-person meetings and you know, the lifting of the exceptions to public meeting. But I think this is a step towards that actually lets us be more inclusive and allows more people to participate in their own way. Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to say essentially what you just said there. It's one more opportunity for people to have their voice heard. You can send us emails, you can call individual offices, or hopefully, if we can make this work, you can call in at some point in the days before the meeting and record your comment to be heard by all of us at the meeting. But I wanted to address one thing. The reason that it would take a month to bring this back is because we don't have a first meeting, or the first Thursday in October is not a meeting. It's not scheduled to be a meeting. It would be October 15th before we have our next city commission meeting. That's why we say a month. So there you go. Thanks.
Thank you. And I should have made that clear at the beginning, but thank you for making that clear. Okay, so Madam Clerk, if you'll work with the attorney to bring back those changes at that October meeting, we'd appreciate it. Again, this is to allow for a period of public comment at the beginning of our meetings to last for 30 minutes, including being able to leave a comment via voicemail. And again, if you leave that comment via voicemail, it will be cut off at 3 minutes. So, you know, try to get the important stuff at the beginning of your comments. And then if you have extra time when you're finished, you can use up that full 3 minutes. And, you know, Madam Clerk, I think for your all's sake, allowing for general public comment starting at 9 a.m. on the Monday morning of the meeting. Is everybody okay with that? That the week of the meeting, the phone lines would open up at 9 a.m. Does that seem reasonable? That way the agenda would be adopted or approved, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. If you would allow us just to kind of see the logistical side of things and
sure.
It's going to require from a technical standpoint, that would be great.
Sure.
Also clarify, are we doing general public comment at just the beginning of the 1 p.m. session?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Just the one, and it's okay. So
correct.
Everybody gets just one opportunity.
Right. Right. Yeah. We won't have to deal with the other stuff from our from the changes we made before COVID. Okay. So, but I want to do. I mean, I think Debbie Martinez's point is important. It's important for us to communicate when that opens, so people are aware, and you know, everybody has the same opportunity. So once we know that, we'll work with our communications to make that widely known. Okay, Madam, to vote.
Okay, and I believe that when we bring back the resolution for approval, we can also bring back options on when those timeframes open and close for you all's approval.
Right.
For the vote, Commissioner Ariolo.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons is absent. Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
No.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye. That motion passes 5-1 with Hayes Santos in dissent and Simmons absent. So thank you all for that. We have reached the end of our business for this afternoon, so we will be in recess until 5:30. So this meeting is in recess till 5:30. started on the evening portion of our regular City Commission meeting, September 17th, 2020. So we'll call this meeting back to order and welcome everybody back that's watching us from afar. Madam Clerk, could we please have our first item for this evening?
First item is a proclamation this evening recognizing Fire Prevention Week, October 4th through the 9th, 2020.
Okay, and I saw Krista Ott on the call. This is a little less pomp and circumstance than we usually do at the chambers. But if you'd like to join us, if you'd like to turn your camera on, we can at least feel like we're together, Krista, for this proclamation. Or if not, if you're in the middle of something that is best left unseen, we understand that too. So I'm going to go ahead and read this proclamation on behalf of all of our neighbors in Gainesville. Whereas the city of Gainesville, Florida, is committed to ensuring the safety and security of all those living in and visiting Gainesville. And whereas home fires killed more than 2,630 people in the United States in 2017, according to the National Fire Protection Association. And fire departments in the United States responded to 357,000 home fires. And whereas cooking is the leading cause of home fires in the United States. And whereas 2 of every 5 home fires start in the kitchen, with 31% of these fires resulting from unattended cooking. And whereas more than half of reported non-fatal home cooking fire injuries occurred when the victims tried to fight the fire themselves. And whereas children under 5 face a higher risk of non-fire burns associated with cooking than being burned in a cooking fire. And whereas Gainesville's residents should stay in the kitchen when frying food on the stovetop, keep a 3-foot kid-free zone around cooking areas, and keep anything that can catch fire away from stovetops. And whereas residents who have planned and practiced a home fire escape plan are more prepared and will therefore be more likely to survive a fire. And whereas working smoke alarms cut the risk of dying in reported home fires in half. And whereas home fire sprinklers save lives and are very affordable to install in new construction. And whereas Gainesville's first responders are dedicated to reducing the occurrence of home fires and home fire injuries through prevention and protection education. And whereas the 2020 Fire Prevention Week theme, TM, Serve Up Fire Safety in the Kitchen, effectively serves to remind us to stay alert and use caution when cooking to reduce the risk of kitchen fires. Now, therefore, I, Lauren Poe, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the city of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim October 4th, 2020 as Fire Prevention Week in the city of Gainesville. Invite all of our citizens to join me in participating in the city's fire prevention activities and efforts sponsored by Gainesville Fire Rescue. In witness whereof, I've hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the city of Gainesville, Florida, this 25th day of August, 2020. And I think that should have been the week of October 1st, but we will still proclaim it Fire Prevention Week. So thank you. And Krista, welcome. I'm glad you joined us. It looks like you're at the beach and just enjoying yourself. We're so glad sunny weather out there in the midst of this tropical depression. But if you'd like to say a few words, we'd love to hear from you how important this week is and how important fire safety is to all of our neighbors.
Mr. Mayor and Commission, thank you so much for the proclamation. We really appreciate it. We appreciate your continued support in fire and life safety education. We know that this past year has definitely looked different for us due to COVID, and it's going to continue to look that way, but we are committed to serving our community and providing the best community outreach and education that we can. We are very excited next week to launch our digital virtual classrooms, both on Canvas and Google, for our students that are in school and our parents that are homeschooling at their own location. So we are excited to continue to have your support to reach out and educate our community and help keep everybody safe. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ott, for all the incredible work that you do, and really an extra special note of appreciation for continuing that critical education, especially with our younger neighbors during really difficult times when it comes to schooling. That's so important that you're keeping that up. And I know that's appreciated from all the parents and teachers out there. And thanks to GFR for all their support for these education and prevention programs. All right, well, thank you. Ms. Ott, you can get back to your sunbathing and toes in the sand. And I'm kidding, everybody. It's a background. I'm sure she's in the office or at home, just like the rest of us. But thank you. I appreciate you bringing this forward. And with that, Madam Clerk, we'll move on to our next item.
Okay, our next item is the second reading of Ordinance 200247, ordinance repealing the Housing and Commercial Building Codes and adopting the International Property Maintenance Code. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida related to property maintenance standards for existing residential and non-residential properties, repealing the existing Division 1 titled General Requirements for Fences and Walls within Article 1 of Chapter 13, and renumbering the existing Division 2, repealing the existing Article 2 titled Housing Code of Chapter 13, repealing the existing Article 3 titled Commercial Building Code of Chapter 13, and creating a new Article 2 titled Property Maintenance Code within Chapter 13 to adopt by reference the International Property Maintenance Code with local revisions amending Section 2-3339 titled Applicable Codes and Ordinances within Division 6, Article 5 of Chapter 2, amending Section 2-377 titled Applicability, Jurisdiction, and within Division 8, Article 5 of Chapter 2, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing effective dates.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And this is a second reading. So I'd like to get a motion on the floor and then we'll turn to public comment. Commissioner A. Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move ordinance number 200247 on second reading by title only.
Okay, seconded by Sacco, moved by Hayes Santos. With that, we will turn it over to Kyle and open it up for public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have at least one comment on this topic. We're currently screening one more caller, maybe calling about this topic, and we will start with Nathan Scott here momentarily. Give us one moment, please.
Sure.
Okay, we're first going to go to Nathan Scott. Nathan, we're ready for your comment. Nathan, if you're there, you can proceed.
Good evening, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. So I just want to, ask the Commission to listen to the callers tonight. You guys are, undertaking major changes on an ad hoc basis. I'm not saying they're not well-intentioned, but they have far-reaching unintended consequences that are going to further exacerbate the problem rather than solving it. You guys are trying to address issues of affordable housing and making rents affordable, and all these changes you're doing are going to have the exact opposite effect. And so with respect to this item, again, I've expressed my concern about adopting an international property code rather than doing something that's based in the United States. You guys are just wanting to, adopt all kinds of international things and showcase on the international level rather than addressing the challenges that we have in our local community. And again, I think that I wish more time would be spent on addressing legitimate issues rather than continuing to do things that are going to have these unintended consequences. So I hope that the City Commission will listen to the callers tonight. This is one of many issues, but this is probably the most minor issue in relation to the other issues, particularly this renters' rights ordinance and the draconian outcomes that are going to ensue from that, like likely litigation also by property owners who are going to have their rights substantially impaired by the City Commission's action. So I hope that you'll listen to the callers and not be so hasty in terms of moving forward on these, because I do think that it's going to ultimately result in the city being embroiled in litigation, wasting more taxpayer money, and do nothing, little at all, to address the desired goals of the commission, which is to make rents affordable and to address affordable housing. And, if you really wanted to do something to help renters, you would actually focus on GRU and helping to lower electric bills. But you guys don't seem to see that as a problem. It's a pretext, and you want to blame the landlords for your mismanagement of the utility. Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, during the last comment, we had about 4 additional callers dial in. We're going to step aside for a moment and make sure that they get routed to the appropriate agenda item. So please bear with us.
Sure.
Several more have dialed in while we're in the process of screening, so it's going to be a few more minutes.
Sure.
Okay, and I think that we're ready to begin. We're going to begin with Jeremiah Tattersall, and after Jeremiah will be Sheila Payne. Jeremiah, you're live and can present your comment.
Start by echoing thank you for that. Jeremiah Tattersall, the chair of the Latch County Labor Coalition, one of the many groups that has brought this ordinance, and the next ordinance you'll be talking about forward. I do want to echo the previous caller in saying I hope you listen to the callers that are going to be calling in, and also listen to the people who have been working on this ordinance for the last 3 years, 10 years in one way or another, 3 years through committees and everything. This is one of the most important parts of it, is having these standards that will apply to everyone. Thank you.
And next we go to Sheila Payne. Sheila?
Hi. So thank you all for pushing this along as far as you have. So I just want to read something from Beansville Rates My Landlord Facebook group. We need housing codes and a mechanism to enforce them. Most of the complaints are from big rental companies in the area. Over and over, we've heard, oh, it's a few negligent landlords. We have these big companies. So these are well-established companies, and they still do not respond. But this is from a small landlord, and this is the renter. She acts like she's woke and understanding and cool, but she's just as bad as the rest of them. The house is actually terrible. There are literal holes in the wall for critters to walk in on through. The stove is broken, the refrigerator leaks, the washer and dryer are also broken, but when they leak, she makes tenants pay for it. Don't get me started on the lock situation. She refuses to change the locks between tenants. I had an issue where I found my front door wide open in the middle of the night despite locking it with the 3 locks she had installed on the door. When I brought this up to her, she completely ignored my messages. This house is unfortunately a neighborhood getting hard hit by crime and the COVID-19 pandemic. It is a literal life and death issue for her to be acting like this. Also, one of the rooms she rents out can only be locked from the outside. She refuses to change this as well. She comes onto the property without warning and starts moving things. I generally don't care if my chair is too close to the petunias. Stop messing around the yard without giving us notice. She preys on broke college students. She knows that we don't know any better and don't have the resources to fight her. There's 100 stories like these. And when the Labor Coalition was having meetings, it was a larger group. A lot of our neighbors in the poorer section of town who had the same kind of stories that they could plead and plead. Nothing ever gets fixed. That's why we have to have codes and codes enforcement. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. And next we're going to go to Marilyn Eisenberg. And after Marilyn will be Debbie Martinez. Marilyn, please go ahead.
Hi. I just wanted to say thank you to the city commissioners for passing this ordinance last week. I think it is just so crucial to thousands of people in Gainesville that they will have a voice, that they'll have somebody looking over their rental problems, their rental situations, and I'm just so thrilled that you stood up for them in your passage of this ordinance. Thank you. Bye.
Thanks, Marilyn. Next, we're going to go to Debbie, but for those callers who have dialed in but haven't yet spoken to one of our screeners, just wanted to let you know that we will be getting to you momentarily. Debbie, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. I hope you all can hear me. I don't ever know if you can hear me or not, but can you hear me all right?
We can.
Okay, thank you. I could hear you. Thank you for responding. What my concern is that, yes, we want to protect tenants from, being treated, poorly and taken advantage of. But when we take on these new programs, in order to do good deeds, you all need to cut your salaries first. You need to cut your budget in terms of travel and other expenses, and really go through the whole budget and cut as much as you can so you can take on these new projects, especially when it comes to the utilities. We have billions of dollars in debt from the utility, from the biomass tree burner, which was the worst utility contract in the country. And you all still brag about it like it's something good. It's the most regressive policy we ever had. And I feel like you're creating urban sprawl because middle class people are finding it difficult to live in the city of Gainesville. So the first people that will have to flee the city are going to be the poor people. They're going to be pushed out, into the county to find a trailer to live in. So all I'm saying is when you want to take on these good projects that cost money, cut your salaries first, really cut the budget, and really reduce the cost of the utility. And then it'll be more affordable. Right now, I just feel like, you know, our working class folks and our poor people are finding it near to impossible to even live in the city of Gainesville anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have one additional caller who we're going to quickly make sure that she's calling, or they are calling about this topic, or if they're calling about a future topic, route to the correct place. So stand by and we'll be back momentarily. Okay, and we're going now to Sharon Bauer. Sharon, please go ahead.
Hello. I apologize if the ordinance has been changed. I just got on and I didn't hear the previous discussion. But according to an email that Commission Watchdog Hannah Silva sent out to the Gainesville neighbors listserv, you have now extended, I certainly support renters' rights, but you have now extended this to every residence and commercial property in the city, I understand. And now, I am not a landlord, you know, somebody saying, oh, the people who oppose this are big corporations. I live in a house built by the Home Builders Affordable Housing Program downtown. And I'm concerned about whether I and the historic homes around me will be able to meet those requirements. And this was sprung on us at the last minute. Apparently, no one knew about it until recently. So I would encourage you to either delay action on this and let homeowners, owner occupants weigh in on this, or pass it without the requirement that it applies to owner-occupied properties. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to take one phone call live while we're here.
You've been muted. To unmute yourself, press the star key twice. Mute off.
I'm going to take one phone call live here. Caller with a phone number ending in 7823. Could we please get your name and please let us know if you're calling about the current agenda item?
Yes, I'm calling about the current agenda item. This is Joe Beatty. And I would like to ask that you not pass this tonight, that you address it another time. As I think the previous caller asked, it seems that COVID's being used to rush through a lot of things that the public really doesn't know about. You really haven't made any effort to inform the public and let us know all these changes you're making. As I understand, this applies to all homes, not just rentals. And, you know, the renters' rights thing is a whole nother issue. And some of these things can be addressed in other ways. And I think you're just taking advantage of a bad situation. And I think you need to slow down. I urge you not to pass this tonight. And there needs to be more robust discussion in the public eye. And that's it. You probably. Thank you. Bye.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. That was our last comment on the topic.
Okay, thank you very much. A question and then a comment. Probably, Ms. City Manager, Andrew Persons is the best person to answer this, but we got a few concerned emails, mainly today, about the International Property Maintenance Code not allowing for native plants and native plant species to, be a part of a home landscape. Can you speak to that portion of the code? I know that's not the substance or the intent of it, and I think you could allay a lot of folks' fears by clarifying that.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And you are correct. The issue about native plants is actually already covered in state statute. It's statute 373.185, local Florida friendly landscape ordinance. And we as a local government are actually preempted by the state with respect to Florida friendly landscaping. So a local government ordinance, and I'm reading directly out of the state statute, which would preempt any local ordinance that we'd be adopting, including the one that was before you tonight. But a local government ordinance may not prohibit or be enforced so as to prohibit any property owner from implementing Florida-friendly landscaping on his or her land. So that issue about this would impact native plants, it will not, because we are already preempted by state statute.
Okay, very good. Nor would we want to.
Exactly, right.
Very good. Okay, I just needed that clarification out there. The other thing, and I don't know, I mean, maybe I'm sort of preaching to the choir here, but to say that this issue was rushed is just simply not based in fact. This has been, as Mr. Tattersall pointed out, working its way for the better part of a decade, but in earnest over the last 2.5 years, through hours upon hours upon hours of committee hearings and then commission hearings to get it to this point. And most of those took place pre-COVID-19, and there was plenty, probably more public participation than most issues that the commission has dealt with. And then second, just to the general point of dealing with any city business during this time, A, we need to keep the work of the city moving forward. And B, we have had significantly greater public participation in our meetings under this format than we did before. And it's not hard to understand why more people can participate from their homes than can come down to a meeting at City Hall, or want to come down to a meeting at City Hall. And so, you know, it's important to recognize that while there are drawbacks for meeting this way, there are also great advantages. And certainly one of them is that more people have been able to voice their views and actively participate in our meetings, especially with major issues that are of great importance to them. So, you know, I just want to make sure that we're basing our comments in fact, and it's just not factually correct that this has either been rushed or we're doing it under some cloak of COVID-19 because of the, you know, we definitely are seeing greater public involvement and participation in these meetings. With that, I will turn it back to Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If possible, if the manager or Mr. Persons, it's been brought up a couple times like this, the International Property Code maintenance will affect all homes in our community, but it should be just rental properties. The property maintenance code.
Yes, it will, as I think I mentioned before, it's replacing the city existing housing code, which does already regulate all structures, all residential structures, regardless of their rental status in the city.
Yeah, there was just some emails that went out saying otherwise, but yeah, I want to make that clear. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Okay, with that, let's go ahead and go to a vote, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Johnson. Aye. Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons is absent. Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye. That motion passes unanimously, and I will just reiterate that Commissioner Simmons did send a memo out that is part of the backup that expressed her support for this as well, even though she couldn't be here. So that motion passes 6-0 with Simmons absent. Next item, please, Madam Clerk.
Our next item is the second reading of ordinance 200249, ordinance repealing the landlord permit program and creating the residential rental unit permit and inspection program. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida related to the regulation of residential rental units, amending Chapter 14.5, titled Miscellaneous Business Regulations of the City Code of Ordinances by repealing the existing Article 1 titled Landlord Permits and creating a new Article 1 titled Residential Rental Unit Permits, amending Appendix A titled Schedule of Fees, Rates, and Charges by repealing the existing landlord permit fees and creating new residential rental unit permit fees, amending Section 2-339 titled Applicable Codes and Ordinances within Division 6, Article 5 of Chapter 2, amending Section 2-377 titled Applicability Jurisdiction within Division 8, Article 5 of Chapter 2, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, a repealing clause, and providing effective dates.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, this is on second reading. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we adopt ordinance number 200249 by title only. Did I get that right?
Santos, moved by Sacco. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was wondering if hopefully the city manager can let us know what the new fee structure is, since that's been updated since the last one, and that's been a major point.
Yeah, Mr. Feldman.
Absolutely. So the fee structure now is $122 per unit, and with partial year at half rate.
All right, thank you, Mr. Manager. I want to thank everyone who's worked on this and pushed, and I'm excited to hopefully pass it in a minute or two, or I guess by longer than that with public comment. But thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And that was down from 170, correct, Mr. Feldman?
I believe it was 174.
174.
Correct,
okay.
Correct me if I'm incorrect.
Yeah, I think it was 170, I believe.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Let's go back to Kyle for public comment.
Thank you. And I believe we have about 10 commenters on this topic so far. We're going to start with Nathan Scott, followed by Melanie Barr. Nathan, please go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon. So again, I have concerns regarding the City Commission's haste in enacting the renters' rights policy. Again, regardless of what Commissioner Ward and others want to say after I'm done speaking, the truth of the matter, despite y'all's attempt to bamboozle people, is that this renters' rights ordinance is going to result in increased rents. It's going to result in less affordable housing. And you guys don't seem to grasp that basic economic concept. As the City Commission imposes additional ordinances and restrictions on landlords, and there's a great editorial in the Gainesville Sun yesterday regarding this, landlords are going to be forced to pass those costs on to the renters, or they're going to sell their property, which is going to result in a more demonstrated lack of affordable housing than exists now. And for the record, one political faction has run City Hall for over 2 decades now, and you guys have failed to solve the affordable housing problem before it became a crisis of your own making. So again, this policy, although well-intended, is going to have unintended consequences. It appears that you have sold out to the Alachua County Labor Coalition, who I find it ironic that the Labor Coalition is pushing these policies on renters' rights and everything else. I'm not sure what that has to do with, the labor itself and those things, but for some reason they've interjected themselves and they help get you elected, and you guys are beholden to them. And it's clear because you're not listening to the public. Even on ADUs, you're not listening to the public. So the concern here, commissioners, is this policy is going to have a lot of unintended consequences. Landlords are going to be forced to pass the cost of these draconian policies onto their tenants, and it's going to displace people. This City Commission admitted during the last hearing of this ordinance that you're going to have to create a fund to subsidize and provide financial relief to people that are displaced from this ordinance, your own policy. So you guys are admitting before this is even enacted that this policy is going to be a failure because it's going to displace people. And then we're going to have to spend taxpayer money subsidizing another poor policy decision that you guys have made. So I would ask you guys to put a pause on this. We're in the midst of COVID. It's a virtual meeting. I don't think the public has a opportunity to be heard. Your pretext for this is, oh, we've been discussing this for 2.5 years. So what? You know, if it's poor policy, it shouldn't be rushed through, particularly during a pandemic. But mark my words, this will result in higher rent and less affordable housing, and that's a policy decision of your own making. Despite your stated goals of trying to make rent affordable and trying to increase affordable housing, this will do the exact opposite. And you've heard from the realtors, and I just can only wait and see how much taxpayer money is going to be wasted defending this ordinance the city commission is going to enact. Thank you.
And next we're going to go to Melanie Barr, and after Melanie will be Matthew Manos. Melanie, you can go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can.
I never know if you can hear.
We can hear you.
You can hear me. Okay. So I would like to know if the city commissioners received my letter. If you received my letter, please wave your hand. I don't see anyone waving their hand. So you did not receive my letter?
People wave their hands, Ms. Barr.
No one received my letter. Is that what they're saying?
No, we did, Ms. Barr.
You did receive your, okay.
Yes.
So I have questions, and okay, great. I see Raina raising her hand. So I have questions, and I'd like to get answers. And also, I'd like to hear you discuss this. So thanks to Raina for mentioning there is a section where the inspector can waive some requirements. But for example, what if I think their determination is unfair? Who do I appeal to? I don't see anything in there. I'd like to know that answer. And then I asked you to change the word in section 14.5-4D about working fireplaces, because why would we have to have operable dampers, doors, or closers in a fireplace that no longer works and that is sealed off? So that wasn't done, and I would like you to put the word working fireplace as the beginning of section 14.5-4D. I don't know why you didn't do that. And then in terms of plumbing fixtures, my antique toilets cannot accept modern faucets. Would the inspector force me to comply and throw away my antique sink? As it is, you're going to require us to possibly to throw away our antique toilets. And I wish I could show you pictures, because I did buy a modern low flush toilet and it is full of cracks. They do not last like the historic ones. Then my main question is requiring air conditioning inspections every 24 months. As homeowners, do you get your air conditioning inspected every 24 months? I doubt that. I've lived here 18 years. I've never had it inspected. Air conditioners expected to last 15 to 25 years. So I would like to see that changed to every 5 years. I don't disagree with an inspection, but every 2 years is a windfall for the HVAC contractors, because they will charge per unit over $100 just because they can. I can see that. So I'm not going to say no inspections, but every 5 years or 4 years if you must. Please discuss this. Think about, do you have your own air conditioner inspected every 2 years? And then programmable thermostats. I installed one in one of my units, and the people asked me to take it out. They thought it was too complicated. They don't like it. And then programmable, that's fine if you work away from home 8 hours a day, but people are working at home now. So as the future changes, I don't see installing a programmable thermostat being a necessity, and it's an expense to the landlord. And this is what some callers have said. It is going to raise rent. If we have to throw out our toilets, get air conditioning inspected, that's going to raise rents. And then in terms of the notice, I don't think 7 calendar days is enough.
Thank you, Ms. Barr. I'm afraid your time has expired, but we'll get your questions answered at the end of public comment.
We go now to Matthew Manos, and after Matthew will be Sheila Payne. Matthew, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. This is Matthew Manos with the Gainesville-Alachua County Association of Realtors. I want to first thank you for including the fiscal analysis GACAR submitted in your backup for this item. That shows the huge cost to landlords that will come if you pass this ordinance. We know these costs are going to be passed to the tenant, or worse, the unit will be sold and another rental property taken off the market, increasing prices further. I also want to thank you for reducing the permit fee from $170 to the now proposed $122. The lower the cost of that permit fee, the better. The physical analysis we submitted shows that the cost of the permit should only be $65 to $89 based on staff's July 16th presentation covering costs. I also want to thank you for including the home energy score testing in the permit fee. Again, reducing these costs reduces the costs that will be passed to the tenant. However, we know costs are going to be passed along. I will again ask you to think of the most vulnerable that can't take on any further expenses and can't downsize. What happens to them? What about those right on that edge, those with the least amount of funds or on very fixed incomes, and all those that already pay more than 30% of their income in rent and utilities? If you save $5 from GRU, but your rent goes up $7, that is not a financial savings. Staff told you that there are issues connecting the low flow toilet. Quote, the sewer system connections for some homes not accommodating 1.6 gallons per flush toilets without causing wastewater flow complications, end quote. But yet this was still added back in. You can say we can figure all these issues out as we go, but it is the renter that ultimately has to pay those costs as they are passed along or the unit is sold, leaving less rentals available. So do you really think this is the best course of action? We oppose this ordinance on the ground that the mandatory inspection requirements impair a core right of private property ownership, the right to rent. We need to improve education for all involved to help keep rentals available and affordable. We need to maintain state statutes. If this is going to pass, adjust the timeline to implement, work with local stakeholders to make sure suggested timeline is possible without adding unnecessary extra costs. Thank you.
Thanks, Matthew. And now we go to Sheila Payne. After Sheila will be Ron Pasquarelli. Sheila, please proceed.
Okay, so thanks again. As far as passing on costs, so to bring it up to decent safety codes, that's all that's being asked, present safety codes. I can't believe realty groups worry about the most vulnerable people. That's what they keep saying. They're just so worried that they're going to have to raise their rents. They raise them every year. We need decent housing in this community where people are not being made sick and fearful of being safe when you don't have doors that lock and, you know, they're indoor. I've seen the inner doors being used for front doors that can be kicked in. So I'm just gonna read a few quotes from some of the more than 25 groups who have endorsed this ordinance until I run out of time. NAACP Environmental Justice Group, the Alachua County NAACP ECJC focuses on community issues affecting the quality of life and economic equity for all citizens in Gainesville. Environmental justice recognizes that environmental benefits and burdens are not shared equally among all residents. Consequently, environmental justice issues are also civil and human rights issues. A home is a basic human need. A home is not only where the heart is, it is where a basic sense of stability is housed. The foundation of mental health, physical health, and capacity to be a productive citizen stems from stable, safe, affordable housing for each family. In this age of climate crisis, it is also where environmental sustainability begins. Central Florida Labor Council represents over 60,000 working families, expresses formal endorsement of the Renters' Rights Ordinance. Our organization decided to support this campaign because all working people, regardless of income level or ability to own a home, deserve to live in dignity. Just as employment law establishes a clear set of rules for employer-employee relations in the workplace, both landlords and tenants benefit from clear definition of their rights and responsibilities and a process for addressing negligence by either party. League of Women Voters of Alachua County, which I've never seen endorse a local ordinance unless it's something that came from national. Renters deserve a mechanism through which they can resolve disputes over the security deposits. We recognize there's a need for all landlords to be licensed so that appropriate inspections of rental properties can be completed to assure the health and safety of renters. Licensing fees, which currently are treated as general revenue, would be better utilized to fund the cost of these inspections and mediation disputes.
That's 3 minutes.
We have been studying affordable housing needs in this. Okay, thank you.
We go now to Ron Pasquarelli, and after Ron will be Darlene Pafalo. Ron, please go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, City Council, if I were a mechanical contractor or a home inspector in Gainesville, I personally thank you all for the increase in business this ordinance will provide for all of our trades. Unfortunately, I'm neither. I'm a person that rents 3 condominium units within the city, and I'm really not thankful that you're taking a good chunk of my reinvestment money away from me. It just went down $150 because you lowered the fee, but thank you very much. Typically, that money would go into escrow accounts that I use for upgrades and appliance replacements. I've been a landlord for many years in many different cities. I used to be a landlord in the city of Delray Beach, and if anybody knows the history of Delray Beach, they were sued by the federal government, and it all came down on the landlords because they screwed up. I'd never rent a property that me or a family member would not live in. My units currently have all the physical requirements that you guys are putting in the ordinance, along with LED lights. I provide filters for my air conditioners, and if something is wrong in any of my units, I'm there or someone's there immediately to address it. I think my beef here is just about common sense. The ordinance applies a very, very broad brushstroke across the market based upon the standards of the lowest common denominators within that market. A few questions I'd like to address that aren't addressed in the ordinance is, since I have multiple units within a condominium, do I have to pay for a home energy assessment for every unit in the same building that was built the same and has the same standards? And another thing, the tenant has to be present for an inspection. Most leases have a clause for the right of inspection. And I don't believe that a tenant should be in with an inspection unless they want to be, which they can be, but shouldn't be forced because the lease is a contract between me and a tenant. It's pretty neat that all of the residential buildings are everything but apartment buildings. I know that you guys have never seen a developer that you wouldn't cow down to. And I'm sure you're sure that a lot of the apartments in Gainesville are not all new student apartments. There's some real bad places in Gainesville that are apartments that I wouldn't let my dog live in. All I can say is with this ordinance, I hope that Primark and Landmark and all the other like companies that come to Gainesville get Christmas cards from all these apartment owners, because all these slumlords just got a free pass.
And now to Darlene Pafalo. Darlene, you'll be followed by Graham Gallagher. Darlene, you're live and can provide your comment.
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners, for taking the time to listen to all of us. I've been at all of your meetings for the last probably 2 years down in the basement of the city commission there. And we kept going back and forth for education to landlords and education to the tenants. That should be the #1 priority before you even do any ordinance. Education is the key. There are many people that I've talked to, and I am a realtor, but I also work with owners that own property. Yesterday, in fact, I met with somebody that has a duplex, and he rents to a veteran and also Section 8 housing, and he is going to sell them. So this is what's going to happen to a lot of people that do have rentals and are helping a lot of people that cannot afford regular rentals. I can tell you, and it's not affordable housing. When I first grew up way many years ago and got married, I was making about 50 cents an hour way back then. And everything was expensive. Everything is expensive. The only way to not get expensive is to stop with the people that workforce, make it workforce housing and not affordable housing, because most people that don't work cannot afford a place to live. So that's important also. Please understand that this ordinance that you're trying to pass, I wish you would slow down with it. I know it's been 2 years, but it's been going back and forth with a lot of issues on this whole ordinance. I believe you're going to hurt people, whether it's people that can't afford it, fix it up, or even if they can, it will, if somebody buys it, they may just turn it into that they'll live in it themselves if it's a house. And then you lose the landlord permit, you lose your taxes because then they'll be homesteaded. There's a lot of negative to what you're trying to do and not as much positive. People need to understand when they're renting, let them know their rights for rentals, let them go to code enforcement. That most people are afraid when they have a property that has code enforcement, has a problem, they're afraid to go to code enforcement. It can be anonymous, but you have to have people knowing what they're doing also. This is going to be a big budget item, commissioners, and our budget is overstacked right now. And I would appreciate you just slowing down and getting some of these issues first about the people that will be homeless when this goes into effect. Mark my words, check next year with the landlord permits and see how many people do not get landlord permits. I remember landlord permits started at $40 a year. That's how far back I go when they first started. And for the 15 years that I paid it, you get nothing for it. Now we're going to get some inspections. But, I mean, if people aren't complaining and there's no big problem, to afford toilets don't work too, I can tell you that. But I agree with many people that have spoken. Thank you for your time.
And now to Graham Gallagher. Graham will be followed by Debbie. But before we start with Graham, if you've recently called in, we will be getting to your calls in short order. We have a few more callers that we've already had an opportunity to screen. Graham, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We can. You can begin.
Can you hear me? Sorry.
We can. Please go ahead.
Hello? Oh, I'll keep my comments brief. We've heard from a lot of realtors and landlords that this has been too fast a process. 2 years has been a long time for them to raise their concerns. Many of their concerns have been incorporated into the bill. What I would like to talk about is unequal distribution of power. In fact, the contract between landlords and between renters is necessarily an unequal one. Our last speaker sort of raised this with code enforcement. Yes, of course, people are scared to go to code enforcement, even if they're educated about it. They're subject to retaliation by their landlord. A prior caller said that landlords are being held to the standards of the lowest common denominator, that it's sort of these lowest common denominator landlords that are making it harder on them. Yes, of course, because that's what the city council has to do. It has to legislate for the lowest common denominator to make sure that everyone is keeping their end of the bargain. I'm nobody special. I'm just a renter. I'm speaking in favor of this bill, certainly at least in part because of the mediation program to counter rental deposit theft. It's been a serious problem in years past in this city and has made it really difficult for working families to, when they move, get their rental deposit back in particular. Half of this city rents. Most of them are workers, working class. They aren't just students. And so that's part of why we need this bill, is to mitigate the power differential between landlords and working families. That's all I have to say on the matter. I hope you pass it.
And we go to our next caller, Debbie Martinez. After Debbie, we're going to step aside to talk to about 3 callers who dialed in the interceding time. Debbie, please go ahead.
Yes, what it all comes down to as well is being able to live within your means. When I canvassed for over 10 years, when I would go to the door, overwhelmingly what the homeowner, the renters were most concerned about It was their GRU bill. What was bothering them is the fact that because of the multi-billion-dollar biomass tree burner plant, they could no longer afford to turn on their air conditioners. They were able to turn them on prior to the multi-billion-dollar biomass, tree burner. But now they were forced to live in mold-infested homes because they couldn't afford to turn their air conditioning on anymore. So what I'm concerned about is the unintended consequences. Because you haven't addressed this huge multi-billion-dollar problem, you're taking on new programs, and who's going to fund all the lawsuits that will come if you don't do this right? Will you individual members of this commission be liable, or will it be another aggressive policy where the poor taxpayers are left holding the bag? Thank you.
And like I had indicated before, we are going to take a moment to make sure that the 3 callers who dialed in are going to talk about this agenda or wrap them to the appropriate agenda item. Thank you for bearing with us. We're going to go to Patrick Iabdel, followed by Terry Martinbach. Patrick, please go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, and thank you for your time. I am a homeowner here in Gainesville. I purchased my home at 32 years old as an investment property and currently live in it. And my concern with regard to the proposed ordinance change is that you would be making a rule with regard to the minimum efficiency standards that is already corrected for by the market itself. As an example, I bought an older home. She's got great bones, and I'm slowly making some progress on getting her more energy efficient. But if I want to move out next year, it's very clear I have 12 months worth of records from my GRU bills, and it's going to be higher than a more energy efficient home. This is automatically taken into account via the amount of rent that I can charge, because 2 homes, one with a $400 GRU bill like mine, and one that's more energy efficient with a $200 bill, the market forces are going to correct for that. I would understand if the ordinance required owners, homeowners, or landlords to perhaps disclose this type of information. If that's not already a requirement, it's also on the onus of renters to get this type of information from any home that they would want to rent. But my point at the end of the day is, why would you want to enforce what in my case is somewhere between $20,000 and $30,000 of energy efficiency upgrades for me to rent my home out when the market forces would already cause that? What the opposite of that, if you pass this ordinance, I am going to have to make that investment, and it absolutely will be reflected in the rent for years and years and years to come. Either way, I don't believe it should be appropriate to set these minimum energy efficient standards because the market already causes this correction to happen. That's all the comment I had. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And now to Terry Martinbach, and after Terry will be Jeremiah Tattersall. Terry?
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. And as many of you know, I have been part of this discussion over the last couple of years. And I'm going to bring back some discussions that we've had and some briefings that you received from the Code Enforcement Office based on their complaints, it was less than 1% of the complaints were unresolved, which shows us that the system is actually working as it is right now currently. Number two, you've heard from other agents up here. As a property manager, general contractor, and real estate broker, I've already had people approach me saying, if this passes, they're going to sell their property. And we're basically talking about the 1 to 4 complex single family units out there. And that is the most desirable units out there. And they're not going to be as many. So the market is going to make the single family units in the 1 to 4 fourplexes more valuable, and the rents are going to go up. You've been told this from the very beginning. And from the very beginning, it wasn't specifically the single family unit that brought this complaint on. It was the complaints from the socialist group out there, the labor coalition, who were complaining about the apartments here in town, about the unfairness that the placements were coming in 3 to 4 months before their contract ended. So this is all shifted over now. You're listening to another party out here, third party, speaking from people on this phone. My question is, why aren't they on this call or on this meeting speaking for themselves? So, Mayor and Commissioners, I can guarantee you that if you pass this, you're going to decrease the number of units out there for single family residents out there. Number two, the values are going to go up and the rents are going to go up. You're going to cause the people who can least afford to live in the units they're living in to have to move and to go into a congested apartment complex, not desirable for a family element. Please reconsider voting on this. We already have Florida statutes, Statute 83, the Florida chapter out there that explains the rights of the tenants, the landlords, and the opportunity for somebody to go out there and investigate it on themselves. It's right there. So you can lay this all on the landlords, the property managers, but all the information out there is for them if they're smart enough to go look for it. Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, thank you for this opportunity.
And now to Jeremiah Tattersall. Jeremiah, if you're ready, you can begin.
Hi, Jeremiah Tattersall, the co-chair of the Alachua County Labor Coalition. I've not heard the Labor Coalition's name mentioned so many times out of landlords' mouths as I have today in a long time. I want to thank Commissioner Ward and Commissioner Johnson and Mayor Poe for their strong support of this ordinance from the beginning. I remember back when you were Commissioner too, Commissioner Mayor Poe, you were talking about renters' rights ordinances. And our champions of this ordinance, Raina Sacco and Adrian Hay Santos, who really have been bringing this forward so much. And also Commissioner Ariola, who's done so much for this ordinance as the chair in the committee. And even though she's not here right now, Commissioner Simmons for all the work that she put in on this, and also her letter that she sent in that's in the backup material supporting this. I just want to take a quick moment to just talk about why this is happening. The Alachua County Labor Coalition saw a need. We brought together stakeholders to reach consensus, and we strive for consensus for over a year, trying to see exactly what needed to happen here. We went on a public education campaign, meeting with as many of our allies, natural allies, and even people we didn't necessarily like. Some of the people calling in now, we met with them and try to bring them in and tell them what we're doing. And then we agitated the decision makers. One of the reasons why so many of the people sitting on the commission right now support this is because we did our work. We talked to you over and over and over again. And some of the people that didn't support this, they're not sitting there right now. And we're likely going to get this passed in a few minutes. But I want to say that really importantly, that it's what we do with this one afterwards that's really important. Is we're going to get this passed to the county commission using the similar things that we've already been in the works with the county commission. But we also have started the Alachua County Tenants Association. And if anyone wants to get involved with that, you can at acta@laborcoalition.org. And we're forming tenants unions essentially to get tenants together so that they can, what Mr. Graham Gallagher was talking about, that power imbalance is we need to make sure that tenants know their rights, and that we need tenants to stand together to equal out that power imbalance against some of these landlords. I mean, you have landlords that they just really, there's these great landlords out there that have tenants for decades and stuff like this. But since we started the Alachua County eviction task force, we're noticing that there's patterns of landlords, and we're forming tenants unions where we see those patterns. Thank you so much for this, and thank you. And I look forward to working with all of you again in the future on the next major project from the Labor Coalition.
Thank you, and Mr. Mayor, that was our last call on the topic.
Thank you, all of you who called in and shared your thoughts with us, and especially to those who have been involved with this process from the very beginning. You know, I know, you know, folks like Mr. Martinbeck and Ms. Buffalo and Mr. Tattersall, Ms. Payne have been in every one of those meetings for the entire time, and that's a huge commitment, and that's you know, truly appreciated. There are some questions that came up. I think Andrew, probably you're the best person to answer these, and if not, we can figure out who. But I think they're pretty. Some of them we've already answered. Others, you know, so we just need to remind people, and others, you know, I think we do need to get out there. So, Andrew, there you are. Hi. So first, this isn't a question. Well, I can answer this one about the fee costs that Mr. Yamanis brought up. And in 2016, they did a study with the range. What we can say is that the way that the fee is structured, we will only collect as much as it costs to administer the program. We are guessing right now at $122 what that will be. After we have a year's worth of data, we'll adjust that to the true cost. And so it might go down a little, it might go up a little, or we might have guessed it right on the nose, which is probably unlikely. But anyway, that will be, and that will all be subject to open records, and we'll certainly share all that data with GACAR so they can verify that the fee is covering the cost and nothing more. Andrew, can you address the appeals process? What someone can do if they disagree with the inspection? We didn't bring this up last time, and I apologize for not sort of putting my thumb on it. But the issue with fireplaces, what constitutes, you know, so if a fireplace is sealed up, it's no longer a fireplace. So I think that's the, you know, solution to that question. It no longer is classified as a fireplace. Now it's really just a decorative hole in the wall. Right. But you can speak to that. The AC inspection schedule, I seem to remember is not 2 years, but if you could address that as well. And then if you could just go over the timeline for implementation. All of this does not go live. We've had some callers talk about, like, we need some time to phase this in, which is provided for. So if you can kind of talk about a couple of the milestones and when certain elements of this will be required, that would be helpful.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Absolutely. So let's see, sort of stepping back. Yes, to answer Ms. Barr's question, yes, a sealed chimney or a sealed fireplace is a sealed fireplace, and it is not something that we're going to go out and require dampers on because it's already been sealed. So that's not, I think, an issue. The appeals process, there's not necessarily a formal appeals process, but there is, I think, for a lot of the points that brought up, there's a hardship process that's laid out in the ordinance, and that basically is city manager or designee. So there is an outlet, like and the outlet is there are criteria that are laid out in the ordinance in order to provide for, you know, extraordinary circumstances. So that's that. I think one of the callers asked about condos and, you know, multiple units. Yes, they would all have an energy rating, but that rating is incorporated into the cost of the permit, so it's not going to be any additional cost. And what was the last question?
AC inspection.
Yes, I think AC inspections are every 2 years, and that is recommended by most utility companies to have that done on every other year.
Mine says every year, but
well, every year is better, but at least every year.
And a timeline for implementation of the different parts of this.
Right.
Like, it's live January 1st versus October 1.
Right. So the actual inspections that we're talking about won't start until October of 2021. The IPMC, I think the adopted with last ordinance, that actually I don't believe is effective until the start of the coming year. And then permits, the permit application cycle will actually start in September of next year, with inspections beginning on October of 2021.
Okay, thank you. All right, so with that, we will go ahead and move to a vote, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons is absent, and Mayor Poe?
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Simmons absent, who once again did send a memo to the commission voicing her support for this, despite not being able to be here. So thank you, everybody. Appreciate all of the work, especially staff who's been working on this incredibly hard for a long time as well. And with that, Madam Clerk, we'll move on to the next item.
Next item is the second reading of ordinance 190982, land use change 86.64 acres of property located near Southwest Williston Road and Southwest 34th Street. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan by changing the land use categories of approximately 86.64 acres of property generally located south of Southwest Williston Road, west of Southwest 29th Drive, north of Southwest 56th Avenue, and east of Southwest 34th Street, as more specifically described in this ordinance, from Alachua County Commercial, Alachua County Office Residential, and Alachua County Residential to City of Gainesville Office and City of Gainesville Urban Mixed Use, providing direction to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Hey, thank you, Madam Clerk. Ms. McMullen, are you our staff member for this item?
No, I believe it is going to be Juan Castillo.
Okay, I saw your fancy avatar there and thought it might be you.
Yeah, sorry. I just got kicked off and logged back in.
We're not apologizing for being present. Mr. Castillo, are you with us?
Good evening. Yes, I am.
Welcome. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Okay. Well, good. We'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Well, really quickly, as you know, with this item has primarily already been heard. Originally, the commission voted on adopting a land use of urban mixed use for the entirety of the site, with a zoning for U6 for the entirety of the site. Connected with the developer and property owner for the site, and found that due to the proposed land use and the zoning, there were considerable problems that would impede the development of the site as proposed. Therefore, staff is suggesting a amendment to the original adoption that would include urban mixed use for portion of the site with use and a zoning of U7 for portion of the site with general office for the other portion here. Let me share my screen and show you what that looks like really quickly. Please let me know if you see my screen.
Yes, we do.
Awesome. So this is what the zoning will look like as currently being proposed. U7 on this part of the site with general office where the VA hospital is slated to go. And the land use for the site follows suit with urban mixed use. This portion of the site with office where the VA hospital is currently slated to go. And I am here available for any questions that you may have.
Sure, thanks. And you can go and pull your screen down. And let's go to the applicant. Is there anybody that wishes to speak on behalf of the applicant? Sure, Mr. Henderson, go ahead.
think, Dink, your microphone is muted.
Wrong place. Okay. I don't know if this is the appropriate time to speak about.
Your audio just cut out there, Mr. Henderson.
Oh, can you hear me now?
We can, yes.
Okay. I don't know if this is the appropriate time or maybe wait for public comment to speak about the scenic road. I know there was an article in the paper kind of reflecting negatively on our handling of that. And is this okay? Is this the time to?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, in the paper, they talk about the buffer along the scenic road, and as property owner, we always plan to respect and protect the scenic road from the very beginning. And I think we've done an outstanding job of that, much as far as the buffer that we've provided. And just to put it in perspective, along that, as you know, when you have a large parcel of property and we're just developing part of it, you still have to do an environmental plan for the whole parcel, which we have done. And in that plan, we have ended up with approximately 13 acres of green space immediately adjacent to the scenic road. And there's about 1,550 feet of scenic road along our property there. And so the average buffer, if you work out the math, is about 365 feet. Much more than the 100-foot buffer required by the scenic road ordinance. And as far as the buildings in the VA project, there was some talk about the two-story building being close and this kind of thing. Our project is perpendicular to 34th Street, and the scenic road goes off at an angle, so you know the buffer varies as you go back to the east. So just a few facts here. The parking lot at 34th Street, which is the closest point, is about 180 feet from the scenic road, and that's green space in between. At the far end, on the east end of the parking lot, it's about 360 feet. So that's an average of 270 feet. Now, the building itself, the two-story building, and as we all know, there are a lot of single-family residences that are 2 stories. So this is not like some big, huge building. If you could see it through the trees. The building at 34th Street is 250 feet at the closest point to the scenic road. And at the eastern end, it's about 400 feet. So I just wanted to put that in perspective. And also there was a mention of an 80-foot wide paved road. And that's a misunderstanding. We left an 80-foot opening in all of that green space so that if we needed an emergency access or an access for a single family home, we would have a place to put the road and maybe avoid heritage trees and that kind of thing, have room to maneuver. So what will actually be there is an 18-foot wide road, if there's a road at all. And that road will be an emergency access or an access for a single family residence. And that's an agreement, and I think staff can confirm this. We made this agreement last week that would be the limitation on what impact we have on the scenic road. So with that, I just wanted to cover that. Other than that, we go along with the recommendation of staff for the general office, for the VA, and the MU, and 7 on the rest of it. We appreciate you hearing our
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. So let's turn back to the commission. Commissioner A. Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was able to meet with the property owners and staff, and I'm okay with these amendments so that the VA portion can be built. But I do want to kind of, with a caveat on something I think we need to address when we go over the comp plan amendments and our comp plan change amendments, is this will be another massive service parking lot. And it's one of the things that I have a big issue with, and it seems to be a common complaint we get from our residents too, is going to be massive service parking lots. And I think when we take a look at our comp plan, we should look at restricting new massive surface parking lots, and if a development wants a lot of parking, they have to do structured parking instead. So that's something that I would like for us to consider in the future comp plan. So we don't have massive parking lots like we have Butler Plaza and things like that. They would need to build a structured parking. So I'd like to move ordinance number 190982 on second reading by title only.
Okay, seconded by Ward, moved by Hayes Santos. With that, we're going to turn it over to Kyle and hear from members of the public.
Thank you. And we do have a couple of comments. We're going to start with a comment from Nathan Scopp, followed by Jonathan Pruden. Nathan, please proceed.
And Dave, you have the gavel for a moment.
Yes, good evening, Commissioners. Nathan Scopp. So I want to speak in favor of this proposal. I think it's important to provide the means for the VA to continue its good work on behalf of our veterans who have served our country. It also provides additional jobs and economic development within our community. So I know that there's been a lot of opposition mentioned regarding this road. I think that you heard from the applicant that should address those concerns. So I would encourage the Commission to approve this without further delay. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we go to Jonathan Pruden. Jonathan, please go ahead.
Good evening. This is Jonathan Pruden. I medically retired Army captain. Have worked closely with the VA for the past 15 years. And if anything, the past several months of COVID have highlighted the critical importance of mental health care services for our veterans. We've seen a significant uptick in suicides concurrent with a lot of the isolation. The North Florida, South Georgia VA has one of the largest patient loads in the nation, and these facilities are literally going to be life-saving for many of our veterans. And I'm an environmentalist at heart. I'm excited about protecting our trees and our waters and our scenic lanes, but I think that in this case, all due diligence has been done, and certainly feel that any impact on the scenic byway or the environment is very well warranted, given the critical nature and the need to support our veterans in North Florida and South Georgia with this new facility. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. And I'm going to unmute a line with a phone number ending in 1251. Caller, could you please provide your name and let us know if you're calling to talk about this agenda topic or another later agenda topic?
Hi, this is Dave Wilson calling about this particular agenda item. Thank you.
Wonderful. You have 3 minutes to provide your comment.
Thank you. This road, I think, is probably one of the most beautiful roads in Alachua County. The scenic road, Southwest 56th Avenue. People hike, bike, jog, walk their dogs. They love it. In addition to the massive buildings that we're talking about, the applicant is also indicating an interest in residential developments. And these residential developments will require 2 access points. And one that's talked about goes out to Southwest 56th Avenue at Rocky Point Road. And this would really be an intrusion, because for emergency vehicles and whatever, this would mean that it would have to be paved and probably widened, at least sometime in the future. And we would like to see no access to Southwest 56th Avenue and no widening. Please protect this rustic road. There was a wonderful article in Gainesville Sun this morning about the historic nature of this road, about how people have been using it for a half a century as a recreation road, and we think it needs to be protected. Thank you for your consideration. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That was our final caller on this item.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to turn back to the commission now. There is a motion on the floor. Madam Clerk, we got a second for that, right?
Yes, Commissioner Hayes Santos, motioned, and Commissioner Ward seconded.
Yeah, okay, just making sure. Okay, with that, we'll move to a vote.
Commissioner Sacco,
Aye.
Commissioner Ward,
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos,
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons is absent, and Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes 6-0 with Simmons absent. Next item, please.
This item is the second reading of ordinance number 190983, quasi-judicial rezoning of 86.64 acres of property located near Southwest Williston Road and Southwest 34th Street. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the zoning map atlas by rezoning approximately 86.64 acres of property generally located south of Southwest Williston Road, west of Southwest 29th Drive, north of Southwest 56th Avenue, and east of Southwest 34th Street is more specifically described in this ordinance from Alachua County Business Highway Districts, Alachua County Residential Professional Districts, and Alachua County Single Family Estate Residential District to City of Gainesville General Office District and City of Gainesville Urban 7 District, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Commission, is there any desire from any of the commissioners to hear a presentation from Mr. Castillo? Seeing none, I'll turn it over to the applicant. Mr. Applicant, would you like to add any further comments?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Len, let's actually go to public comment first, and then we'll take a motion after we receive public comment. Kyle, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have one commenter currently, Nathan Scott. Nathan, please go ahead.
Yes, good evening, mayors, commissioners. Nathan Scott. Just want to speak in support of this, and I'll conclude with that. Thank you.
And that is our only caller.
Okay, thank you. Back to the commission. Is there anybody who'd like to make a motion? Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we adopt ordinance number 190983 on second reading by title only.
Okay, seconded by Ward. With that, we'll move to a vote.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons is absent. Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
All right, that motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Simmons absent. All right, next item, please.
The next item is the second reading of ordinance 191128, text change, amending the land development code to provide for single room occupancy residences. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the land development code by adding single room occupancy residences as a permitted use in certain zoning districts with associated regulations, by amending section 30-2.1 definitions, by amending section 30-4.12 permitted uses and transects, by amending section 30-4.16 permitted uses in residential districts, by amending section 30-4.19 permitted uses in mixed use and non-residential districts, by amending section 30-4.23 uses in special districts, by amending section 30-5.8 dormitories, small and large, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
All right, thank you. This is on second reading. Anybody from the commission need a presentation? All right, anybody interested in a motion? Ms. Sacco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we adopt ordinance number 191128.
On second reading by title only?
By title only.
By Ward. Moved by Sacco, seconded by Ward. Kyle, we'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. We have a comment from Nathan Scott. Nathan, you can begin.
Yes, good evening, commissioners. Nathan Scott again. So I want to speak against this in its current form. I know that there's been a lot of public comment, and believe that this is on the ADUs. But with respect to that, it doesn't seem that the commission is listening to the public in terms of owner occupancy requirements and some of the negative things that might ensue.
Mr. Scott, this is actually on Mr. Scott, this is actually on SROs, single room occupancies, not ADUs.
Okay, all right, I stand corrected. I'll wait and comment on the ADUs. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Kyle, anybody else?
No other callers on this topic.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, we'll go to a vote.
Commissioner Simmons is absent. Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Simmons absent. All right, Madam Clerk, on to ordinances on first reading.
Yes, sir. First reading of ordinance 190293, text change, amending the Land Development Code for tree mitigation. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending section 30-8.7, permits for tree removal, mitigation of the Land Development Code, relating to tree mitigation requirements for subdivisions and affordable housing developments, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Madam Clerk, Ms. Kaluri, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Liliana Kaluri. I'm the environmental coordinator. This item regarding the proposed changes to the tree mitigation policy was originally presented at the August 20th meeting, and it has been updated to reflect the motion passed at that meeting to remove the updates to the single family tree mitigation policy. So I'm going to go through this much faster than last time and just touch on the few major points that the text change includes. So with the updated single family tree mitigation language removed, the new document before you just has our current single family tree mitigation policy proposed, which is basically that, oh, this is the wrong presentation. It basically is that, you know, properties with existing single family dwellings would have reduced mitigation for heritage trees, and vacant single family properties, they would have the same mitigation requirements as other use types. The other proposed changes to the mitigation policy include allowing developments that provide 100% affordable housing to low-income households to mitigate for high-quality heritage trees at inch-for-inch replacement instead of tree appraised value. So this would be a pretty considerable reduction in the mitigation for these high-quality heritage trees. And for purposes of this update, low-income households is defined as those that make less than 80% of the Gainesville area median income, adjusted for family size. And affordable housing is defined as housing where the total monthly cost of that housing, including taxes, insurance, and utilities, is less than 30% of the household's total monthly income. And the last change again was to introduce some design requirements to maximize preservation of high-quality heritage trees in subdivisions. And that includes consideration of practicable design alternatives like configuring lots so heritage trees are on the perimeters, and changing the configuration and scope of the project, and preserving heritage trees in common areas. And thank you, and I'd be happy to address any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Back to the commission. Any questions, or is there a motion? Commissioner A. Santos, I'm going to start calling on you without your hand, Commissioner. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move ordinance number 190293 on first reading by title only. I think Commissioner Sacco should start practicing more.
Who is the second on that? Was that you, Commissioner Ariola? Okay, thank you. Moved by Commissioner A. Santos, seconded by Commissioner Ariola. And with that, I'll turn to Commissioner Ariola.
Mr. Mayor, I just didn't hit my blue hand quick enough.
Okay, very good. I'm going to vote for this, but I wish that we had left the previous mitigation for single-family lots within established neighborhoods. I do believe it's a significant barrier to infill development, you know, I think that is one of our goals, is to encourage infill development. But it's not enough for me to vote against the ordinance, because the rest of it on balance, I think, is good and important, and will assist in other ways reach our affordable housing goals. So with that, I will go ahead and call for a vote. I'm sorry. Kyle, if you could please take public comment.
We have one comment currently from Nathan Scott. Nathan, please go ahead.
Yes, good evening, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. So with respect to the proposed ordinance, I have problems with it as proposed. Reiterating the concern is that all property owners should be inherently treated equal. So when you're doing carve-outs and mitigation for certain subsets, even if it's in advance of achieving social goals, I mean, I just think that if you're going to mitigate trees, it should be across the board equally for all property owners, not certain people get certain breaks or your buddies get certain breaks, and it's just not right. You need to treat people equitably, which you've claimed to be a hallmark of the city's policy, but clearly that's not what's going on in this ordinance, because you have carve-outs and exceptions and things that are being done, and property owners as a whole are not being treated equally and equitably. Thank you.
I'm going to bring a caller live on the air, caller with a phone number ending in 0519. Could you please give us your name and let us know if you're calling about this agenda item or an agenda item to follow?
Yes, sir. My name is Mary Lou Hildreth, and I have a comment on this item.
Thank you, Mary Lou. You can begin.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So as a former Florida Urban Forestry Council member for almost 8 or 9 years, I'm a total tree hugger, and I'm the former president, and I really think that the single family tree mitigation should have been left in. I don't think there was enough information for the decision on this. I think this is and y'all know I support you all, but I just think there needs to be more discussion on this, and I really disagree with removing the single family tree mitigation. We have some beautiful trees in Gainesville. It's what we're famed for. As the City Beautification Board member, we run the urban forestry. We work with Dr. Andrew and our trees in the city of Gainesville, and I just think this should not be overlooked. Thank you.
Thanks, and that was our last caller on this agenda item.
Okay, thank you very much. So without any further discussion from the commission, we'll go ahead and move to a vote.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson? You're muted.
You're still muted.
Still muted. I know you're trying.
We'll come back to you, Commissioner Sacco.
She gave a thumbs up. We see that on record, Madam Clerk.
Okay, Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons is absent. Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
And Mayor Cole.
Aye. Commissioner Johnson, can we hear you now?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you. Okay. That was an aye, right? Okay, that motion passes 6-0 with Commissioner Simmons absent. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Our next item is the first reading of ordinance 190986, land use change north of Southwest Archer Road between Southwest 50th Street and Southwest 47th Street. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan by changing the land use categories of certain property from Alachua County low density to City of Gainesville residential low density with an overlay planned use district, which property is specifically described in this ordinance and is generally located north of Southwest Archer Road between Southwest 50th Street and Southwest 47th Street, amending ordinance number 090741 to include the subject property within that existing PUD and to increase the allowance for assisted living facility beds, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Who do we have for this item?
That'll be me, Mayor.
Okay, Mr. Castillo, welcome back.
Welcome, long time no here. Can you see my screen?
We can, thank you.
Awesome. Here, let me. Oh, that's fine. We'll just so good evening, everyone. Again, for the record, my name is Juan Castillo. I'm a planner for the Department of Sustainable Development, and I'm presenting item number 190986. The proposal before you this evening is for land use change of the subject property from Alachua County low density residential with a density of 1.4 dwelling units per acre to the City of Gainesville Plan Use District PUD. This is due to the annexation of the 4.3 acres shown right here. The proposal also asks for the amendment of the existing PUD to allow for an increase of 105 assisted living facility beds. Currently, the PUD has a maximum allowance of 130 ALF beds. Increase will bring the total allowance to 235 beds. Staff has reviewed the petition before you and has found that it meets all review criteria found in our land development code. This includes consistency with a comprehensive plan, compatibility with the area and surrounding land uses, and support for urban infill and development. The full analysis of the review criteria can be found in your report. This petition before you was heard by the City Plan Board on February 27th of this year, where it passed with a 4-1 vote. With that said, staff is recommending approval of item number 190986. I do have a couple comments that I will bring before you when the zoning portion of this, when I speak about the zoning portion of this. But otherwise, thank you, and I'm available for any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Castillo. And if you would unshare your screen, I would appreciate it. No, you're fine. Okay. Would the applicant like to make a presentation at this time?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Ryan Thompson. I'm a planner with CHW. I have a brief presentation for both the land use and the zoning applications, if I may.
You may. Thank you.
Are you able to see the presentation?
We can, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So this is a combined presentation for both PB 19-152 and PB 19-151. A little history on the project. This was originally adopted as the Council on Aging PUD and PD in 2010 and 2012, respectively. Our client purchased phase 1, which is the skilled nursing facility portion of the PD, and is looking to annex, or has annexed 4 parcels adjacent to the property, and is looking to develop 105 assisted living beds on that property. The request is for a comprehensive plan amendment from county, excuse me, low density residential and city planned use district to PUD, and a rezoning from county single family residential R1A and R1C and agriculture to city planned development. Again, the intent is to incorporate the annexed parcels and develop them with the 105 beds. There are no changes with the existing PUD, PD, and their entitlements. I'd like to mention that typically with an annexation, the city adopts comparable land use and zoning for the property. Because we are bringing this into an existing PUD, PD, we did privately initiate this application. We held a neighborhood workshop according with that, those application requirements, and about 4 or 5 adjacent property owners attended, and they were in support of the application. This is the timeline of the project. We submitted or held our neighborhood workshop in November and submitted shortly after. Worked with staff on the existing conditions and how they would apply to the annexed parcels, and attended the February 27th Plan Board. And we're before you this evening, and would appreciate your favorable approval of the applications. To get you a little more familiar with the site, the blue boundary is the original PD with phase 1 and the skilled nursing facility, along with the associated infrastructure. Not shown on this aerial is a parking lot in the interior and a master stormwater facility. In orange highlighted are the 4 annex parcels adjacent to the property. And then in yellow is the overall proposed PD boundary. These are pictures of the frontage. Today, the property is brought up to the street and very attractive landscaping and sidewalks and a very walkable facility. The feature land use, as I mentioned, is PUD and county low density residential that we're looking to incorporate into the overall PUD. Similarly, the zoning is PD and county R1A, R1C, and agriculture that we're looking to incorporate into the overall PD, as well as incorporating additional 105 beds intended for the annex parcels. This is the existing zoning PD layout plan, excuse me. The existing PD allows for 180 skilled nursing facility beds that have been constructed, 130 assisted living beds, and 75,000 square feet of medical office. This is the proposed PD layout plan. No changes to the existing PD area. The 4 annex parcels are highlighted here and identified as Area C. And we're looking to permit 105 ALF beds specifically to Area C. There are 2 Condition 4 and Condition 2 in the land use and zoning respectively that speak to entitlements. We would like to request the addition of the following sentence, that the 105 assisted living facility beds shall be constructed in Area C, identified on the PD layout plan. This is a further assurance that the annex parcels would be developed consistent with our conversations with staff, and that the 105 beds would be allotted to the annex parcels specifically. The staff has recommended approval, and the city plan board as well as recommended approval for the applications. Again, we are in agreement with all of staff's conditions. However, we would like to add a sentence that would secure the 105 ALF beds on the annex parcels that's identified as Area C on the PD layout plan. And with that, I respectfully request your recommendation for approval based on the competent substantial evidence presented in the application materials, the staff report, staff's presentation, and our presentation and testimony this evening. And likewise with the zoning application that will come before you after this. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I conclude.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Thompson. So turning back to the commission, and if you could please, I think if you all unshare your screen, thank you. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What is staff's opinion on the requested amendment to the PD that the applicant's making today?
Staff didn't see any issues with this. It would just
your audio has been going in and out all night. I don't know if that's a issue you can fix or not, but if you'd start your statement over.
I apologize. I'm using an old microphone. But yeah, so staff did not see an issue with the request. You guys are more than welcome to approve it. The density does not change. Originally, discussion was to develop the area C with the 105 beds. It's just not a condition that was explicitly stated, so staff doesn't have any issues with the request before you.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing other hands, I'll move that we adopt ordinance number 190986 with the modification to the PD that was put on the screen just earlier by the applicant.
Okay, so seconded by Commissioner Ariola. Let me turn to Ms. Shelley.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I think there's some confusion here, and I think that happens when we try to combine two items into one. As I heard the petitioner, this is the land use ordinance, and I don't believe there's any revision to that. I think what they were showing you is a desired revision to the PD zoning ordinance, but if not, they can correct me.
That's correct.
I also think the petitioner should do their presentation as to the zoning when you get to that item, because it is quasi-judicial and there will need to be a record of that hearing.
Yeah, thank you. We'll ask them to go back and do the zoning portion of that presentation at that time. Thank you, Ms. Shelley. Mr. Persons confirmed that is the amendment is a request for the zoning hearing. The motion, Commissioner Santos, is to approve the land use ordinance as presented, correct?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, I wanted to amend it that way.
And Commissioner Ariola seconded that. Okay, let's turn it over to Kyle for public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have one public comment at this time from Nathan Scott. Nathan, when you are ready, you can go ahead and provide your comment. Nathan?
Yes, yes, thank you. I have no comment on this particular item.
Thanks, Nathan. That is our only comment.
Okay, very good. With that, we'll move back to the commission for a vote.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson? Commissioner Johnson?
Yeah, sticky mute button there tonight, huh?
I don't think she can hear us, can she?
Commissioner Johnson, can you hear us? I'm guessing not. Madam Clerk, can you text her or just let her know we can't, it appears she can't hear us, but we'll move on to a vote without her. So go ahead to the next person.
And Commissioner Simmons is absent, and Mayor Poe.
Okay, aye. So that motion passes 5-0 with both Simmons and Johnson absent. We'll try to resolve that issue with Commissioner Johnson here in a sec. All right, on to the next item, the companion zoning, Madam Clerk.
Okay, and this is, all right, the first reading of ordinance number 190987, quasi-judicial rezoning north of Southwest Archer Road between Southwest 50th Street and Southwest 47th Street. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the zoning map atlas by rezoning certain property from Alachua County R-1A Single Family Residential District, Alachua County R-1C Single Family Residential District, and Alachua County Agricultural District, the City of Gainesville Plant Development District, which property is specifically described in this ordinance and is generally located north of Southwest Archer Road between Southwest 50th Street and Southwest 47th Street, amending ordinance number 100604 to include the subject property within that existing PD and to increase the allowance for assisted living facility beds and to amend existing PD conditions, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's go back to Mr. Castillo for the rest of his presentation addressing the zoning portion of this application.
Well, good evening again. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Awesome. Just again, for the record, my name is Juan Castillo, planner for the Department of Sustainable Development, presenting item number 190987. The proposal for before you this evening is for a zoning change of the subject property from Alachua County R1A with a density of 1 to 4 dwelling units per acre, R1C with a density of 1 to 4 dwelling units per acre, and agriculture to City of Gainesville Plan Development. This proposal asks for the amendment of the existing PD to allow for an increase of 105 assisted living facility beds. The PD has a maximum allowance of 130 LF beds. This increase will bring the total allowance to 235. Amendments also include language separating development requirements of Area B from the annexed property, also known as Area C, in the proposed PD layout. Building orientation in Area C with a minimum setback of 85 feet and a maximum setback of 145. Amendment to Condition 13 to reflect met conditions and buffer requirements for Southwest 50th Street, and the addition of stormwater requirements to Area C. I would like to bring to the Commission's attention the request by the applicant to have the additional 105 LF beds be restricted to Area C. This is where you would be voting for that condition amendment in this application. Furthermore, I also would like to point out that Clay Swagger from EDA Engineering, presenting a potential developer of a portion of the undeveloped lands lying within the existing PD limits, reached out to staff via email and has requested that we inform you that though they have no objections to the current petition, they would like you to know that there may be a future subsequent modifications to the land use and zoning districts, and they request that the commission would allow for the potential submittal or subsequent additional land use and rezoning applications within 12 months of the approval of the land use and zoning application before you this evening. Our land development code states that once the commission has adopted a land use or zoning ordinance for the property, the city plan board cannot consider any other land use or rezoning application for the same property within 12 months. However, our LDC has a provision that allows for the commission to waive the time limitation by affirmative vote or 5 commissions, provided that 30 calendar days have elapsed between the action of the commission and the vote. Mr. Swager has indicated that this is not a formal request. Rather, it's an informational item in order to make you aware of the upcoming request. With that said, staff has reviewed the petition before you and has found that it meets all review criteria found in our land development code. This includes rezoning criteria found in section 30-3.14, plan development review criteria found in 30-3.17 and 30-3.21. The petition before you was heard before the City Plan Board on February 27th of this year, where it passed with a vote of 5-0. Staff is also recommending approval of the item 190987. Thank you, and I am available for any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Castillo. I will now turn it back over to the applicant, and I assume, Mr. Thompson, you'll be presenting the zoning portion of the presentation.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate that. Madam Zerny's recommendation, I'll read this into the record. Again, my name is Ryan Thompson, a planner with CHW, and before you is PB 19-151, a rezoning for the Council on Aging PUD-PD. Familiar with the history of the site, the PUD-PD was approved in 2010 and 2012 with the first phase constructed, and 4 parcels annexed into the property in 2019 with the addition of 105 beds in the request. The rezoning is currently county single-family residential R1A and R1C in agriculture, and city plan development with the request to incorporate it all into plan development. with the intent of incorporating the annexed lands and adding 105 beds to those lands. Again, our neighborhood workshop was attended by 5 neighbors that were in favor of the application. This is a privately initiated application with the timeline starting in November, plan board in February, and before you this evening. The original property boundary in phase 1 is highlighted here. The annex parcels are highlighted in orange with the proposed PD boundary in yellow. Frontage pictures of the site, the existing zoning map, and the proposed zoning map. The existing zoning PD layout plan is before you. Again, there are no changes to the existing entitlements on these properties. The proposed PD layout plan with the highlighted area in yellow or in orange. And again, we request that the condition 2 be amended to allow or to restrict the 105 additional beds to area C. And staff's recommendation was for approval and a unanimous recommendation from the city plan board. We respectfully request that the condition 2 be amended to restrict the 105 ALF beds to area C on the PD layout plan, and respectfully request your approval for PB-19-151 ZON based on the competent substantial evidence presented in the application materials, the staff report, staff's presentation, and our presentation this evening in our testimony. With that, I conclude, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Turning back to the commission, are there any questions or back to the commission, are there any questions or is there a motion?
Mayor, I'd like to move ordinance number 190987 and first reading by title only.
Okay, is there a second? Seconded by Ward. Moved by Ariola. Kyle, we'll turn it over to you.
No public comments on this item.
Okay, very good. Commissioner Hayes Santos. You're muted, but I think your question is the motion to approve with the suggested amendment?
Yeah.
Yeah. Was that the motion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so the motion to approve the ordinance with one modification restricting the such as assisted living facility portion to, was it C or on the map? Okay, Madam Clerk, with that, we'll move to a vote.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons is absent. Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Simmons absent. Next item, please.
Our next item is the first reading of ordinance number 200067, text change, amending the land development code regulations for field protection special use permits. An ordinance of the city of Gainesville, Florida, amending section 30-3.30, review criteria of the land development code relating to well field protection special use permits, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there anybody from staff here to present this item?
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. It's me, Juan.
Mr. Castillo, welcome back.
Thank you. Let me share my screen. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Perfect. So for the record, again, my name is Juan Castillo, planner for the Department of Sustainable Development, presenting item number 200067. The item before you this evening is a privately initiated petition by CHW for a text amendment to the well field protection special use permit issuance criteria to include an approval mechanism for underground storage of petroleum in the tertiary well field protection zone. So currently, review criteria for a wellfield protection special use permit prohibits underground storage of petroleum within the secondary and tertiary zones of the Murphy wellfield. However, prior to the 2017 LDC update, language within our land development code exempted underground petroleum storage as a criteria for review for the
Mr. Castillo, I'm sorry, but you keep cutting out. You keep cutting out, and this is important for us to get on the record. So I don't know if you said you were using a headset, if you could potentially disconnect that, or if we need a pause to get new batteries, something. We're missing important parts of your presentation from your audio cutting out.
Let's see.
Might be able to call in.
Let me try something really quickly. Give me 1 second.
I heard that, Commissioner Johnson.
I realized I wasn't on mute.
I could jump in too. I won't.
Yeah, that'd be great, Andrew. If you could take over the presentation, we can hear you.
I won't be able to do as good of a job as Juan, but I'll muddle through. So super high level. This is amendment to the wellfield special use permit language in our code. This was actually some language that we're basically putting back into the code. And the code was updated a couple of years ago. There was a inadvertent reorganization of some of the code language, which ended up creating a unintended prohibition on new wellfield special use permits in the tertiary zone of the wellfield. And we've worked with, in this case, the applicant, as well as GRU, County Environmental Protection, and our own environmental staff. And that's what's before you today with just those text amendments.
Okay, and what's the substantive change?
Really, there's the main change is that we're allowing for a special use permit process for new underground petroleum tanks in the tertiary zone, and that was actually allowed before the code update and was inadvertently not allowed under the existing code.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Castillo, I think you can unshare your screen then. Are there any questions from the commission?
Mr. Mayor, there is an applicant, and they may have a presentation as well.
Okay, let's go ahead and hear from the applicant then.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Jerry Diedenbach, CHW. I promise this will be the quickest presentation Jerry has ever made. It is 2 slides. As Mr. Castillo said, we worked with an applicant who is moving from an old location in Gainesville to create a new petroleum service station. We were in the process. We were headed to the plan board for the special use permit hearing, and it was discovered that the section of the code that actually allows the transference of a station into a tertiary wellfield zone, the site is already in one, had been broken in the language. We did our due diligence. We called former employees of the city of Gainesville, Mr. Hilliard, Ms. Lazari. Nobody knew how this happened. You see on the screen tonight before you, former City Commissioner Craig Carter, who's involved in this project. Nobody could understand how the mechanism is still in the code, but then there's a prohibition in one of the sentences. So going back and working with the Department of Sustainable Development, the City Attorney's Office, Gainesville Regional Utilities, and their legal counsel, as well as the Alachua County Environmental Protection staff and their legal counsel, we all determined that the language should be restored. This was heard by the Plan Board on June 25th of this year, and they recommend approval, as does staff, to reinstate the language that was erroneously changed during the 27 code update. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. We'll now turn back to the commission. Are there any questions or is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move that we adopt ordinance number 200067 on first reading by title only.
Okay, is there a second? Seconded by Ward, moved by Ariola. Kyle, let's turn it over to you for public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have at least one comment on the line from Nathan Scott. Nathan, when you're ready, you can begin. It didn't go. Give me one moment, Nathan.
So,
there you go, Nathan. You should restart if you already began.
yes, good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So it seems to me that this proposal just simply seeks to address unintended consequence of the prior change, which inadvertently restricted something that wasn't previously restricted. So that's seems like staff is trying to correct a prior mistake to attain the correct outcome. But sometimes unintended consequences happen, which undoubtedly will happen with your renter's rights ordinance. But maybe we can go back and fix that too one day before it causes too much harm. Thank you.
And we have no other callers.
Okay, thank you very much. Seeing no other hands and no further questions, we will go ahead and move to a vote, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Simmons is absent. Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Mayor Coe.
Aye, that motion passes 6-0 with Simmons absent.
Thank you very much.
All, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Next item is the first reading of ordinance number 200056, ordinance creating a police advisory council. An ordinance of the city of Gainesville, Florida, creating a new division 4 titled Police Advisory Council within Article 5 of Chapter 2 of the City Code of Ordinances, providing direction to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Feldman?
Yes, Mayor, members of the commission, I'll be brief as well. Back in July, when we first talked about the Gainesville Police Department, it was a suggestion by the commission that we look at formalizing the Police Advisory Council as a board, the advisory board that is appointed by the City Commission with the charge specifically laid out. We subsequently worked with the chair and the Police Advisory Council, and we came back to you in August and told you that we would be bringing a first reading of an ordinance at this meeting, and we are. This ordinance will create the Police Advisory Council as an advisory board of the commission. You will make the appointments. There's a transition, and there's a specific charge within the ordinance.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Manager. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm supportive of the ordinance, but I do have one concern of having 11 people on it. When you have a lot of people on a board, makes it difficult for it to function appropriately and a lot of people to talk. That would be my one thing of bringing it down to 9 or 7 so you can have more productive conversations. I think larger boards have been shown to not be as productive and things don't really get done as much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I hear the concern about the size of the board, but I think it's important that we have a broad voice from the neighbors be a part of this. It does make it a little harder to get things done, but I think hearing the voice of as many people as possible is worth it in this case. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Feldman, if you put your hand down, let me get the other two commissioners and then I'll get you after I hear from the elected officials. Commissioner Johnson?
I agree with Commissioner Ward.
Love pithy. I love it. I love pithy. Commissioner Sacco?
I agree with Commissioner Hayes Santos, but only as far as to 9 members. I wouldn't go as far as 7.
Thank you, Commissioner Sacco. I might as well weigh in. I agree that the fewer people there are, the sort of more efficient and quicker work can get done. But I think one of the main goals of this particular advisory board is to make sure we're hearing from a broad cross-section of our community when it comes to policing. And that realistically to me can only be accomplished with a larger number of folks. So, I think it'll work well. We'll need to take a look at its effectiveness after a couple years, and that will be, frankly, the next mayor's responsibility. But I think this is a good start, and I think we're going to get a tremendous applicant pool to serve on this board. There's so much interest right now, and this kind of work. So I'm very hopeful for who we're going to get, and I look forward to seeing those applications. So with that, anybody want to put a motion on the board? On the floor? Commissioner Sacco?
I move that we adopt ordinance number 2. I can't see anymore. Ordinance number 200056 by title only.
Okay, is there a second? Seconded by Ward, moved by Sacco to adopt proposed ordinance on first reading by title only. Kyle, it's up to you now.
At this time, we have one caller, Nathan Scott. Nathan, I'm going to turn it over to you. You are good to provide your comment.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So certainly that this advisory board may be well-intended, but this is yet another expansion of city government with another board. I'll use the UAB as an example of another useless governance board. But, in this particular case, GPD is going to be independently accredited. City Commission needs to allow them to perform their job without tiring their hands. We don't have the problems that other cities have in terms of our dedicated law enforcement officers. I think they do a demonstrably great job of trying to protect all of us from the rampant shootings and the violent crime and the bullets flying all over town. But you guys continue to want to tie their hands. You want to defund their joint aviation unit, which is instrumental in apprehending people committing violent crimes and felonies. But again, you guys just want to seem to try and be woke and regulate and jump on the bandwagon of being anti-police rather than supporting our dedicated law enforcement officers and staying out of the way and not dictating how they should do their job. I think they do a pretty good job without your intervention. I think it's important for them to maintain their independence without the city commission trying to dictate how they should do their job and how they should enforce the laws. But unfortunately, in the world of virtue signaling, you guys can't seem to help yourself, and you want to create yet another layer to continue to direct the oversight of our police force, notwithstanding your calls to try and defund and reallocate funding and reduce the number of sworn officers carrying service weapons to protect our community. So I wish you put public safety first instead of all this showboating and English speeches and virtue signaling about making committees to oversight this and oversight that. We don't have the problems that other communities have. But you guys just want to jump on the populist bandwagon and continue to try and tie the hands of our law enforcement officers. I don't see you doing this for the fire department, commissioners. That's just the epitome of your hypocrisy. We don't have a fire department oversight board, do we? No, because they get out there and get you elected, and you guys give them everything they want while you guys continue to have open season on our law enforcement officers. So it's not right, and you guys need to basically put a stop to all these committees and focus on solving the problems in our community, which is violent crime, shootings, and all the bullets flying around. But you guys don't seem to care about that too much. Y'all just care about virtue signaling and creating a new committee and expanding government. Thank you.
Anybody else?
We have no
Mayor
other call.
Poe, can you hear me?
Yeah. Commissioner Carter, I saw you there. I'll get you. And I just want to, anybody that's listening, this isn't a new board per se. It's existing. It has been under the purview of the city manager, and the city manager has been responsible for appointing the members to it. And it was a discussion of the commission and many people in our community that this would be better served to be directly appointed by the commission, the folks answerable directly to the folks we serve and that our police department serves. And so really it's adding a layer of transparency and accountability to this board, a board that many people frankly didn't really know existed because it was under the purview of the city manager. And with that, Mr. Carter, you will continue to be a valued member of our public, so you are just as entitled to public comment as everyone else. It's good to see you again.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Commissioners. And you did hit on something I wanted to say. This board is in existence now, and this board is not going to run the police department, and it should be like all the other boards under the city commission. The city manager and the city attorney worked with the police advisory council, myself, the chief, and the chief inspector on this ordinance. This is not demoting anybody. What this is doing is putting it in line with the other boards. It's lining up the terms. It's going to clarify a few things. And also, the way it's set up now is they would actually email through GPD. I think the new one will go through the city of Gainesville, which will give the citizens, and that's who we're representing as this board, a little bit more security that it's going to be directly with the city. Everything has been above board. I think this is well in order, and I have no problems with it. And I thank you for all your support. And I look forward to putting my application in when it's ready. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. And just for anybody that potentially wants to serve on this board, this ordinance has one more reading, which will happen in a month. Again, we don't have a meeting in the first half of October. And once that is completed, the clerk's office will have the call out for applications. And so anybody interested can fill one of those out. And then I'm guessing by the end of the year, probably sometime in November, we'll make those appointments. All right, so with that, let's go ahead and move to a vote, Madam Clerk.
And Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Sorry, sometimes it just needs a little extra second there. Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons is absent. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Simmons absent. All right, y'all. It says on the agenda commission comment. I made pretty clear when we added commission comment that it was going to be in the afternoon, but not the evening. But since it's on there, we will still allow it. But I'm going to start off and exercise my personal privilege here. I want to thank two people who will soon be leaving the city who have been just tremendous community builders, represent everything that we look for in public servants, and have both in their individual ways left an indelible mark on the city of Gainesville. I'm getting a little choked up because I care so deeply about both these individuals. The first is our chief of Gainesville Fire Rescue. I've had the pleasure and honor of working with Chief Lane my entire tenure on the city commission. He was not chief at first, but he and I have been through a lot together. We've built fire stations together. We have been through natural disasters together. And the thing that I respect and admire most about Chief Lane is he was always incredibly professional, but able to tell me in no uncertain terms if he disagreed with something that I said, and that's important. He gave honest feedback, and it was okay if you disagreed with him, but he let you know what he felt was in the best interest of the city. We worked a lot on Combined Communication Center and some big issues there, but he really has been, I cannot undervalue his contribution to helping build Gainesville Fire Rescue into one of the premier departments in the state, and I'd put them up against anybody in the country. You know, they are that good, and as we leave, you know, they're not just outstanding at fighting fires, but the community paramedicine program, the hazardous response unit that is the response unit for most of North Central Florida. I mean, the list goes on, and he just leaves behind an unbelievably professional, and I don't have enough beautiful fancy words to describe it. But Jeff, if anybody's earned their retirement, you have. It's one of those things where I'm sure you're thankful for Drop. Once you made that commitment, there is no turning back. But I'm sorry for it, because you have just through every kind of sort of test of adversity, you've brought the department and the city through, and we're going to miss you terribly. But I think your legacy as you leave behind such an incredible department will be just fine. And I hope you enjoy your retirement that's so well earned and deserved. And then our other huge loss is our Assistant City Manager, Dan Hoffman. I wish we could serve out my term together, because I'm selfish like that. You're a brilliant and a creative thinker. I've seen so much growth in you just in your time here at the city. And unfortunately, what that means for us is you're ready to sit in the captain's chair. You're ready to say engage. And you've got Picard's hair, but Riker's beard. But I'm so excited for you and your family, and the adventure that you're about to go on. But you've been such an incredible asset to the city, and just moved us into a new era with so many different things, whether it's mobility, smart cities. You were able to pull together some challenging charges by the city and make them a reality. And in fact, you've left a lot for us to do, and I am committed to making sure that those things keep moving forward. The former city manager used to talk about, sort of if you bolt a thing onto an organization like an innovation officer or a smart cities coordinator, and then that person leaves, then the thing just goes away. And, I think that what's happened since you were here, all those things have been sort of integrated so fully into our DNA that they're going to not only sustain themselves, but continue to grow and add value to all of our neighbors. So thank you, Dan. I can't wait to schedule a trip up to Winchester, Virginia, and check out what all the buzz is about. And of course, you'll be welcome back here anytime you want to visit. So thank you, Dan. Yeah, go ahead.
I know it's commissioner comment, and I'll keep to less than 3 minutes, but I just wanted, I thought a lot about what I would say at my last commission meeting. And had I known my last in-person commission meeting was going to be in March, I would have made entirely different plans. But, ultimately, none of this has gone according to plan, because, my plan had been to stay in Gainesville for the long haul. But as I always say, life happens when you're making plans. And, there's a lot more work to get done. So this is definitely a bittersweet departure. But I'm so proud of what the staff and I have been able to get done in that time, and nothing would have been possible without the very talented and experienced community builders here serving the neighbors of Gainesville. So, please, commissioners, remember that they will only be as good as you let them be. So listen to them. They will always be your subject matter experts. And I'd be remiss if I didn't thank the city manager and the entire leadership team for putting up with me for a few years. And I am looking forward to my next step, but I will miss all of you for a term or two. I may call you commissioners, but I'll always remember you as Gail and David and Harvey and Raina and Gigi and Adrian and Lauren and even Gostin and Bud. And although, there's always going to be creative and constructive tension among you all at the dais, I know that The strength of this body is that you all have what's best in mind for Gainesville at heart. And you've all come to the realization that, the song that was written for you is not necessarily about you. And that's a lesson I'm going to take with me to Winchester. And so for that, I say thank you and farewell from Will, Chuck, Lindsay, and me.
Thank you, Dan. And many of you may or may not know this, but his wife and family are big Florida State people. So Dan, if she ever forces you down to one of those Florida State games, just drive another couple hours south and park yourself here, and we'll show you good hospitality.
Post-COVID.
You can head 2.5 hours north. I can't believe. We'll go to a Georgia Tech game together, Nicole. Thank you, Dan, so much. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
You are on mute.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I won't repeat what you just said because he said it much more eloquently. But thank you, Chief Lane. You've created a top tier fire department that keeps our city safe. When they go out there, they do their job, they do it well, and they get it done. And people are happy about it. And I want to thank you for what you've built and created and where it's going. Thank you. And Dan, it's been a pleasure getting to know you over the years. You brought a real passion to our city hall that I think was very much needed. And I really do appreciate for that passion you brought and that new outlook of how we can get things done and moving things forward. And our city hall needed that. I really do appreciate what you brought and where you're going. And to the mayor's point, you are ready to take that next leap and lead. And I'm excited for you. And I do look forward to coming up to Winchester and freezing a little bit up there where it's all cold in the mountains. So I'll see you later. Bye.
Thanks, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief Lane, I'll reiterate what Commissioner Santos said. We all sleep better as Gainesville residents knowing that the department that you've been leading is out there taking care of us. Gainesville is a very our fire rescue is unparalleled. We are blessed to have the whole department, and under your leadership, it really has just been fantastic, and you're gonna have hard shoes to fill. Dan, thank you for everything you've done. I've really enjoyed working with you, and I've learned a lot about what's possible in city government. And as Adrian said, certainly I'll make sure that my family and I make it by make it through Appalachia and come by to say hello. So good luck.
Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is definitely bittersweet, particularly because these two leaders taught me so much. When I entered city government, I knew next to nothing. And one conversation with Chief Lane taught me so much. And there's so many lessons, even just quips, Chief, that you made that I will always remember, not just as a commissioner, but whatever life has in store for me next. So I'm very grateful for your leadership. And there was never a better advocate for GFR than you, Chief Lane, and how grateful I am to have been able to learn from you while I was here in my first term. And Hoffman, we worked a lot in the subcommittees, and there was so many things that we did in just one term that I served here, and I'll always be grateful for what you taught me as well. I feel as though getting to serve with you taught me so much about government, but also about people. And I'll always appreciate those lessons. So, the work you did will live on here, and the lessons that you taught this commissioner will do the same. So thank you so much. I always appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. So everything that my colleague just said, and for Chief Lane, so we have one of the best departments, I believe, in the entire nation, and it is due to you and your leadership. And I can say truly that Chief Lane, you're the epitome of both a public servant and an exceptional leader. And that's the best way to describe you. And we're going to miss you. Whoever is going to be filling your shoes, big shoes to fill. You have led this department through so much, and this city, and we are a better city because of you and your leadership and the way that you've served us and your team. So thank you. And to Dan, what do I say, Dan? Thank you for everything that you brought to the city. I've enjoyed our many conversations together. You have brought a different perspective that I value, a different lens that it's different, and I've enjoyed the conversations we've had. And not just saying goodbye to you, but also to Lindsay. Lindsay was an exceptional part of building a really incredible team in the clerk's department. And the policy work that she did was invaluable. So also goodbye and thank you to Lindsay. So best to your entire family. I'm really thrilled for you all. I think it's nice to be up north or a little bit farther north and enjoy the good times and near DC, and best to you all. I'm happy for you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Saka.
Had the least time with both of these gentlemen, and I feel I'm being cheated a little. But to Chief Lane, thank you so much for the department you're leaving. Every time I've spoken with one of your firefighters, they have said nothing but wonderful things about you. And I think when everyone on the ground can agree that leadership is amazing, that's a true testament to who you are. And the department you've left is one that I adore. So thank you for all the work that you did on that department. Mr. Huffman, we were friends before we were colleagues. I'm going to miss you more than I can say, but I understand that this is one of the best things you could do for yourself and your family, and I am incredibly proud of you and everything you'll achieve for another city. But I know they're going to get the very best of you and your family. Thank you so much.
Thank you all, and we're just excited for what's ahead of both of you. And mentioning big shoes to fill with GFR, the city manager has appointed Joanne Rice as the interim chief, and I believe, if anybody can correct me if I'm mistaken, maybe Lonnie Scott I see is on. He's got a lot of institutional wisdom. I think she will be the first woman to head our fire department. Am I correct in that? And she is fully capable and just an extraordinary human being and a great leader as well. And so we're excited for the opportunity that Ms. Rice is going to have to continue leading that department in a great direction as we do a search for a permanent chief. So everyone, Solange, we're excited for you. And please, from time to time, drop us a note and just let us know that you're living a better life than us, because I know that that will be your goal. Thank you all. And with that, good work, everybody, tonight. We got some big stuff done, and I appreciate all that. And with that, we are adjourned.